Good afternoon, race fans. How are we all doing on this Saturday afternoon? We're definitely not getting sunny here. My name is John Wright, aka Double O Raven, and it is the FRL Coach Dave Delta 8 Hours of Suzuka, as part, of course, of the Endurance GT3 2024 series. It is, as I mentioned, Suzuka for today's outing. As we saw there, the opening round at the Hungaroring was a damp and slippery affair for the drivers, and it looks like it may well be much of the same today. We will see how they get on over the 8 hours in the duel in the Asian Racing Crown, of course, Suzuka. This is an absolutely incredible course. Some of the finest racing, absolutely guaranteed. And of course, being at FRL, that just backs that case up. There's what we're looking for there as I jump into the server. Of course, it is a series of one-off races, but there is a tabulation that goes on in the background. Mr. James Williams, of course, and his now world-famous spreadsheets. And it is a spreadsheet I'm sure he'll be more than happy to cast an eye on at the moment, given the fact that over the 3 races so far, sorry, some technical things going on here. It is FRL Car 3, the faster car. Marco Keddy himself up at the top of the board, only a point ahead of Vesta Sport. They've got their Team 1 car up in the top 3, and it's Hold Fast Motorsport that are holding fast on to third place in the championship so far. Only 69 points at Donington Park. A tough round for all concerned. They could certainly be favourites for the championship going forward. FRL got a second car in the top 5. Faster 2 is sitting 4th place, and Mission Spin Now Racing, their Eternal car, rounding out the top 5. Vesta have got another car in the top 10, the TSE in 7th, and Vesta with a third car. They're certainly invested in the top 10. In 8th place, Turn 1 Sim Racing in 9th position, and in 10th at the moment is the West Competition Racing Academy car with a more than respectable total of 208 points, only 72 behind the overall leader, so still all to play for right through the standings. There is the calendar that we will be adhering to for the season. It is quite the conglomeration of tracks, of course. Hungaroring, Donington and Valencia all in the rear view mirror. Suzuka today, and it is looking very cloudy. There may well be rain, none on the track at the moment. The next 2 tracks up, the 2 newest additions, of course, the Red Bull Ring and the Nordschleife. They'll be taking place over the next 2 months, 6 hours and 24 hours respectively. Watkins Glen, Zolder, Laguna Seca and Kailami all still to come. And for some reason we weren't getting any picture there. As I mentioned, it is the Coach Dave Delta 8 Hours of Suzuka, where you can experience seamless setup management with Delta. Perfect for Assetto, Corsa, Competizione and iRacing players looking to optimise their performance, unlock the fundamental rules of driving, improve your lap times and take a huge step in consistency. Never Lift has been developed by some of the most experienced drivers and coaches in sim racing, and is guaranteed to take your driving skills to the next level. So massive thanks to Coach Dave and the team for sponsoring the event and the race. Of course, get yourself signed up to Coach Dave Delta, and as it says, take your driving skills to the next level. They are sponsoring the series. What a series it's been, and yeah, Suzuka today. Hopefully we can get this to work. There we go. At the moment, the Zure Racing team, that's not shown up there, are on the top spot. We're about halfway into qualifying, so still very early days as yet. Hayden Harter and the team are out. A few familiar names, of course. Benjamin Eck is out in qualifying at the moment. Fabian Karner. There's some bloke called Marco Keddy. No idea who he is. Yannick Plus behind the wheel at the minute, so too Tom Wegman. I'm sure Luke Addison out qualifying at the minute as well for the Tri-State Racing team. 39 teams in total taking part in today's race. Only 4 of them not set qualifying times at the moment. As I say, we've got plenty of time left to do so. We'll potentially change some of the visual settings so we can see the car liveries just that little bit better. Chris Jones in the one of 2 Hondas. Good to see the Hondas making a return, and no Bentleys though. Disappointingly, only one, a few Aston Martins, but no Bentleys. There's been a good revival under the of the Bentley, under of course the LFM BOP. But no Bentleys here for this one. And wow, okay, so that is actually trying to work. Yeah, but it just isn't, unfortunately. Right, so let's just move you back to there. Perfect. The chat is alive. How are we all doing? Of course, autopilot is still broken. If anyone does know how to fix autopilot on ACC TV, do feel free to pop any suggestions in the chat. There is Jay's spreadsheet. He loves a spreadsheet. Yeah, and James, again, I have actually, it was funny, I was tagging you in the chat earlier and I realised I hadn't actually replied to the message that you took a while to reply to me to, so we're as bad as one another, so sorry. I will get back to you. But yeah, things are going well, my friend. There is the standings there. There's no feed. Sorry, is the YouTube running okay? Yes, it is. There we go, okay. Panic there. That rarely works these days, unfortunately. Right, got you. Bartek Radzewicz, sorry, would have raced but had to lock into uni work. Yep, education is definitely the key. There is, yeah, everything's running fine. There we go. I see a Honda VTEC Power. Yes, couple of Hondas. Couple of, oh no. Push the wrong button there. That message from a while ago. Okay, got you. Blame it on James. That's the one. Okay, yes, we were slightly, yeah. Just after the 2 o'clock mark, sorry, yes. Got you. We've got a new car up at the top, Vesta Sport. Is Savini behind the wheel, and they've got the top spot by a 1/10.5. Exactly the same gap that I had Van Thielen had. Up at the top. We've just seen Luke Addison go quicker. Yannick Plus is going quicker. So too Jerome Jongen, another name very familiar to myself, the QRT esports car. They've had quite the series so far. Jongen is going to cross the line. 15th position for himself. Adam Gardner is on an absolute flyer at the moment, so I don't think the telemetry there is correct. Mickey Taylor out for the team car. Let's get a quick look at that livery. Do you love the Ferraris? Well, see what he can do. Jan Barth in the chat. Good afternoon, Jan. And as well, good morning and good evening to anyone that isn't in the European time zone. I know everyone racing all around the world. There is Chris Gedman. He's in the same part of the world as me. Ooh, and that looks terrible. Oh no, that's some spray. Oh, is the track getting... That almost looked like there was some spray coming up. But no, just tail lights trailing. Gedman down at the moment. Chris Jones certainly not down at the moment. He's got a bit of time in his pocket. It'll only be enough to see him up about 4 or 5 places. for that half a second. Still very close up at the top with Yannick Plus looking. In fact, he's only a 10th up, so what we'll do... There we go. George Cook, popping in to say hi and to say good night. Indeed, just as I mentioned, people in different time zones, Mr. Cook, the wonder from down under, one of the Ravencom's finest, popping into the chat in New Zealand, so it's crazy o'clock in the morning there. Hope all's well, George. Thought we'd get a cheeky lap there. But no, he's popped it in. Zero Racing, I'm not sure their livery's fully worked. Certainly does look good, but yeah, Van Thielen behind the wheel. We'll get a quick look at the track. We've got 7 minutes left to go of qualifying, sub 2 minute lap, so still plenty of time for the drivers to get those times in. Great shot from on the side of the car. You see, this is of course into Spoon. I've got a weenie shout out to car 300 and 301 at a stupid o'clock as always. Alan Brown, we will see a wiggle at some point, indeed. Yep, there'll be lots of that around here. Lots of that around here. Yeah, Gazelle Motorsport, I did see them earlier on cheering on 303, cars 300 and 301. De Jong currently in 13th position. Van Thielen coming up to traffic as he heads through the Casio Triangle with the Ferris wheel beautifully glowing in the background. That is the pit entrance. This is the start-finish straight. And he is going to be going for it on this lap. Monza turn 1 gets a whole lot... Oh no, he's pulled over. We will get an onboard lap from someone, he says confidently. That is Matty in the chair, and I was just coming through the anti-bank curves. There and up into Dunlop. This one's been a killer recently. Quite a few races I've seen. Dunlop has taken many victims down into the Degnas. Two of the one of the most famous double right-handers on the planet, of course, Lesmos, a name I do like to call it every now and again. And then up into the hairpin. We'll be back at 200R. We'll see how Nachira gets on in this lap. He's currently down on his time. Few greens down the board. Adam Gardner, I'm not sure what's going on with his time. It seems to be stuck ever so slightly. But we'll see how he gets on. That's 200R and that's back. This is back into Spoon. Such a pivotal corner, this one. So easy to get it all kinds of wrong at multiple stages through the corner phase. Onto the back stretch. Once again, one of the longest parts of the track and the fastest corner coming up. Oh yes, 130R. Know it, love it, hate it. In equal measures. And back into the Casio Triangle. So we'll get another look at turn number 1. Less than 5 minutes to go. Giovannini just doing a driver swap, so they'll be sending someone else out to try and get the faster time. This Tice Payne taking the wheel in 21st position. We'll see what he can do. Fabian Karner, the Advisor team, currently 23rd there at 1.9. Turn number 1, as you can see, a whole lot of camber, a whole lot of manipulation of the accelerator and the brake, and your thanks for that is to then get the anti-bank curves. It really is a test. You can see this car, the undulations of the ground, phenomenally used by the track designers. Honda specifically designing this course to test race cars, and it really is a wonder. That, of course, off to the right hand side, where I'm often found in F4s when I make a meal of the Dunlop corner. There are clips of that on the internet. And then under the bridge, of course, the bridge on the way to 130R and back into the hairpin. An absolutely phenomenal course. We'll also see a couple of cars just pulling off to the side. No major gains at the moment for anyone. Again, Adam Gardner, I'm not sure, is constantly saying he's 9 seconds up. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Fabio Gefreda just invalidating his lap there. The F&P Italia car was going quite quickly. Chris Gedman with an invalidation there as well. Now getting to the business end of qualifying, we've got 4 cars that still haven't set a time. That is something that we'll definitely be looking to do. Mark Conway round in the last corner. But again, this is an outlap. Kieran Lopez as well on an outlap. The ERA Esports car down at the back of the grid at the moment in the Audi. Oh, wow, really struggling. Optimum track in this 15 degrees though, so the track might be registering as optimum at 15 degrees. It's starting to get on the cold side. Gefreda's finding some time, so is Wegman. Keenan for FRL has just invalidated his lap, so he's pulled over. He's going to need to get across the line. Yeah, so this will be their so this will be Keenan's last lap. Oh, that was a big one in the background. That's Tice Payne. Showing you just how easily you can get it wrong through 130R. As I said, yeah, you love it, you hate it in equal measures. It is an absolutely exhilarating corner when you get it right, and when you get it wrong, you will discover clenchable muscles in your body that you didn't know you had. And it's so easy to get wrong. Look at the kick it over, steer and bang. Oh, the back tyres, they used to be indecisive, now they're not quite so sure. We've got grip, we don't have grip, we've got grip, we don't have... Lots of grip out of no place, and Tice Payne finds that one into the wall. It won't unfortunately be an uncommon sight over the 8 hours. Absolutely no shade on the driving talent out on track. This course really is a tester. What we'll do for the start of the race as well, as I say, we'll change the contrast slightly so we can get a slightly better view of the beautiful liveries that are on some of these cars, and make it just that little bit easier to recognise them. It will be myself, John Wright, that takes you through the opening half of the race. Then we will be joined by the absolute legend himself, Mr. Christian Romano. He will be leading the race, or taking the race all the way to the close. Qualifying just beginning to close now. There is Addison, Alfonsi, Harter still out, Wegman, Keddy, Landolfi all in the pits, Yannick Plus in as well. Daniel Savini currently got pole position, but currently still pushing out on track. So too Jentel Van Thielen. If he crosses the line, he's just going to have time for one more lap. Giovannini's just invalidated his lap. Oh, and Van Thielen's pulled over. Oh, did he not get across the line in time? Of course, to start. Oh yeah, the line's right at the end there. Yeah, okay, Van Thielen into the pit. Still got a couple of cars to set at times. Velberg is Berg for TSR1. I'm going to need a pronunciation. That name slipped through the radar on my pre-race check. Velberg. TSR1 bringing up the rear at the minute. Josh Staffen. Oh, back into the pits for TSE. No time for the Project D car. Wow. They're going to be one to watch through the race. I don't expect them to finish outside the top 15, to be honest. But no quality times. Velberg coming round the... through 130R at the moment. Savini is in the pits. TSR1 still looking to put a time in. Chris Gedman is back into the pits. Mickey Taylor is still out as well in the Ferrari. Let's see if Velberg is going to improve. 7 seconds off the pace at the moment. Does find a big improvement in time, 3 seconds in fact, but it won't change overall starting position. Let's see if Mickey Taylor in the Ferrari can get the team car any further up the field. It doesn't look like it's going to happen. Oh, it might do actually. 59. No. Doesn't quite improve, so it is Daniel Savini and Vestasport. 3-4 cars in the top 10. And the fact them got themselves in pole position for the start of this one. Not too shabby at all. As we can see, a good spread of the purple sectors as well. 3 BMWs and 3 Ferraris in the top 6. No McLarens in the top 10. 3 Aston Martins in the top 15. And the best performing Mercedes down in 20th position with a Honda there. Oh, let's do that. And in fact, I'll tell you what, let's just apologise for this one. There we go. Make the cars that a little bit more visible. Excellent. Savini and Barbary then, the top of the table, 57.780, 10th and a half ahead of Van Thielen. FRL cars, the Checky Campos, led by Keenan in qualifying. In third place. Vesta Sport in the chat as well. Let's go Vesta. Forza Landolfi, says Federico Landolfi. And we've got Tom Brunel in the chat as well. Wishing best of luck to all of the drivers. Bartek Radzewicz in the chat. 197 is going to win. Right, okay, the Ferrari. I think Staffen Gordon and LaRocque are going to be ones to watch, if I'm being honest. I think a top 15 for them is absolutely not out of the question. Some absolutely solid talent out on track, as you would expect. We've got 8 hours of racing. Is the standard 65-minute stint timer for the drivers. And with the track conditions the way they are, I do expect to see that 65 minutes used as much as possible for each of the stints, try and shorten the last stint as much as possible. Potentially see a couple of cars gamble on a shorter first stint, but that is a bit of a gamble come the end of the race. It could get you out of busy traffic, but with 39 cars, Suzuka is going to be busy all the way through. That is for absolutely sure. This is the starting grid, though, as we can see. Nachira in fourth, with Giovannini getting the car up to fifth position. Addison for the Tri-State team, sixth place. Alfonso Ponticelli and Petaccio in seventh. Harter and Macaretta inside the top 10 once again, with Wegman and Ulrich starting in ninth. Marco Keddy has only got Nico Veldman in the car with him today, usually 3 in that one, but top 10 honours for them at the moment, exactly 1 second off the pole position time. JDM, let's go Jones and Longden, cheering them on as well. Adolfi and Savini, and I'll tell you, another car to watch as well, plus Alaman and Murasaki. They're in the Aston Martin. It's good conditions for the Aston, and those 3 are legit behind the wheel. Long and Elstrom in 13th, De Jong, Kassing and Verthiesen. And in fact, let us hope that something works today. There we go. It's still not popped up on the screen. But yeah, there we go. We'll get a quick run through the cars as they take their warm-up lap. I cannot say enough good things about this track. Built back in 1962. It's gone through a couple of changes, but mostly centering, of course, around the Casio triangle. That has certainly evolved into quite the corner that greets you after 130 are 3.6 miles long. That would be 5.8 kilometres for the more educated than myself amongst us. Centred, of course, in Japan, owned and developed by Honda themselves. They definitely don't do things by halves when it comes to straight line speed and making race courses. And yeah, this one absolutely incredible. It is a bit cold. The drivers are warming up their brakes furiously at the moment. Of course, everyone talks about warming up the tyres. It's more about warming up the brakes. In these conditions, especially things like Spa or this course here, where you've got the long start-finish straight and that long run into 130, you only barely warm. The brakes will get very, very, very cold. So yeah, squeezing on the brake pedal at the minute to try and get the brakes warmed up as much as possible. Heading towards Spoon now at the moment. Liveries are classes JDM, they are indeed. Go Vestas Sport, says Climax. Go Advisor, says Jan Barth. Vesta. And Astro as well will be racing. Oh, Leon Wessel's behind the wheel for QRT. Kiko Gal as well. Whoops. That was Terence Schiebo there, just having himself a bit of a Grosjean moment. Or not a full Grosjean moment, didn't make contact with the wall, but certainly introduced himself to the grass. But yeah, always worth paying homage to the liveries. It's one thing to drive in this game, it's an entirely different skill set to be able to make liveries. I tried it once. It was not a long experience, I'm going to be honest. 934, 18. Oh, what? We've got cars in the pits. We've got FRL cars starting from the pits. As he furiously looks around for an update as to why that has occurred. But that is, yeah, James Williams in the pits. As we're coming to the start-finish straight out of the last corner. Back to Daniel Savini. There we go. The floodlights are fully on. We're using some artificial lighting effects to get a bit more contrast. It is midnight local time. Spent 8 hours doing a livery for next weekend. Oh, Dark Saber, I doff my cap to thee. Because that is that's no fun way. No fun way to spend 8 hours. So I look forward to seeing that on track. But here we go. Oh, and that is a flying start there for Savini. Instantly cuts off Van Thielen, and Keenan has to go defensive as well from the Chira. Look, Addison getting a good start. No one either side of him, and the car's bunching up ahead. He might get himself a cheeky little position here. Doesn't know it's a 2x2x2 as we go down the field. Absolutely stunning driving through turn number 1. Savini pulls an absolute bounder. Oh, through the Aniband curves, that's getting very close there. Jeremiah Schiebo for Simtech Racing almost getting himself involved, but all the cars do seem to have mostly made their way through. No, de Munich has had a bit of an incident for Gazelle Motorsport. I think he's down a couple of positions. We'll get an update on that in a moment. Larocque starting down at the back of the field. Thompson and Williams both starting out of the pits. Let's jump back up and see Daniel Savini lead the way under the bridge out of the Degnas on lap number 1. Van Thielen in second. It's Keenan hanging on to third place with Nachira in fourth. Addison in fifth position. Oh, so close on the exit to the hairpin there. Daniel Savini coming under all kinds of pressure. Let's have a look and have a quick check as Kieran Lopez absolutely rocketing up the order. As Massini tumbles down, Kieran Lopez up to 29th position. Mark Conway, oh, I believe that's because they started from the pits. Let's have a look and see. We did have an accident at the start of the race. Down at the back, so there was a minor contact down at the back of the field. They're avoiding, yep, you can't win a race in turn number 1, but you can certainly lose one. Oh, there was 3 wide ahead. The Ferrari problem inside. Oh, gives the Mercedes a bit of a love tap there, but they all live to fight another day. So it was only a very minor contact that we had there. We also had the 734 car. I believe that is the same contact. Apologies for being useless on the replays. They're selling me short these days. Oh no, it's not the same replay, sorry. It is another slight contact through turn number 1. Still beautiful. Oh, yep, just the slightest of touches there on the inside. Absolutely stunning that we've got so many cars through, though. Really, again, Monza turn 1. Oh, and they've gone 3 wide on the way out with the Degnas almost. And it's Concertina in the background. The team car, Ferrari, almost getting caught up. That's T1 SR as well, battling with the Mercedes on the way into here. But oh, and that. He's put 2 wheels on the grass there. That is unfortunate. That is SimTech. Their Ferrari has been caught up in that one. So yeah, that was a bit of an incident. We've also got a yellow flag. Oh, the QRT car struggling to get back end grip there again. We saw that on the exit to 130R in qualifying. They've got no grip on the way out of the corner. Out with the last corner. The Honda really putting them to the sword. Minor bit of contact there on the way through. And yeah, they've all lived to survive there. Certainly are surviving up at the front as we jump on the rear wing of Daniel Savini. He is getting it done exactly what he needs to do. He's still got the lead of the races to come into Spoon once again. It's Van Thielen in second, Keenan in third place, Matteo Nachira in fourth position with Luke Addison still hanging on to fifth place. Giovannini, Hayden Harter and Alfonsi all still in the top 10. Marco Keddy up a position in the FRL Ferrari at the expense of Tom Wegman. Oh, as Fabian Karner is massively down the order as well. 7 positions. No replay flashing up as to what could have caused that, unfortunately. But yeah, Fabian Karner, the Advisor team, down to 32nd position. Still incredibly close, as you would expect. You can see on the track map there, a couple of stragglers have been left behind. But still a solid train of cars in the opening a couple of laps. Hayden Harter got a little bit of a gap forming ahead of him. No such joy behind him, as Alfonsi and Keddy looking to improve on their positions as the battle's actually taking place there. Keddy back up again on Wegman, and here comes Gilles Aleman, one of the cars I mentioned in the opening. We can see how close he's getting into the anti-bank curves. Absolutely no prisoners taken there. Sails his way through beautifully. Gets that move done on Wegman against the MSR car up to 10th position. As we see the BMW are long just floundering in the background. That's going to surely give Landolfi a bit of a look. He's certainly going to get closer. The Vesta Sport car, wow, riding that middle curve there through the Degnas. Oh, it's absolutely incredible to me still. I've driven this course multiple times and it still absolutely blows my mind how close the drivers can run to the track limits lap after lap after lap after lap. It is absolutely incredible. On board with second place at the moment. There was a 10th separated them in qualifying. We're 2 laps in. That gap is 3.5 tenths of a second. We can see Keenan in the background for FRL, the car leading the champion. Find themselves in that third place, but still very much in touch with the 2 cars in front of them, and so too Nachir. Having a great drive today. Apologies for any stopping and starting in the commentary. My hay fever at the moment is absolutely uncontrollably off the charts. So apologies for, yeah. Well, yeah, your nose runs and stuff when you've got a bit of the hay fever. We'll keep going. So apologies for the stopping and starting. They're still running on track, and Savini putting in the laps in. That gap up to 7 tenths out of the last corner. And you can see in the there's the wing mirror there. That's not the wing mirror. That's the rear wing. Through the S's and anti-bank curves again. Still at 1.1 seconds separating the top 3 drivers. We've got Alfonsi looking to make a move at the moment, if I can find them on the board. He is looking very quick in the flat-out car. He's got the TSE1 car, Hayden Harter guiding that one at the moment. Not the best rear wing on the Aston Martin, so let's jump on the front of the Ferraris into the Degnas. Alfonsi, and so too long as well, in fact, on the back of Tom Wegman, and right on the back of Tom Wegman. These two, the cars that most recently overtaken by Gilles Aleman, of course, who is now within half a second, and Marco Chedi. This track absolutely ingrained with a lot of these drivers. Oh, Justin De Jong, has he had an incident? Oh, off track at 130R for the Gazelle Motorsport car. A couple of little... How many gunshot bugs are we going to get this stream, you reckon? Oh, whiny, please. Those give me the absolute fear. Oh! De Jong for Gazelle Motorsport. Another bit of contact there. More concertina, and we have had an accident involving another one involving Justin De Jong, in fact. Let's see if the cameraman can keep up. No, apparently he can't. Oh, on the way into Spoon. That's not the place you want to be making contact, especially if it's in the middle phase of the corner. And that's exactly what it is, and that is De Jong. So that is where we rejoined and had another look. But yeah, why need those? Yeah, those are those gunshot. Oh wow, we've got traffic cones bouncing all over the track there. I'm not sure who first collected that one, but someone sent it soaring. That's for sure. The top two, they're certainly soaring. As you see, Van Thielen behind them, starting to open up a bit of a gap to Keenan, who's doing the same to Nichira. Luke Harrison at 1.3 seconds down, so the drivers there at the front certainly trying to separate themselves out as best they can at the moment. No such luck for Savini as Van Thielen takes the fastest lap of the race in the opening stages, 59.1, so still a lot of pace for the drivers to find, of course, on full tanks of fuel and a lot of traffic. As you can see, he gets so close in that hairpin once again. The Ferrari really getting it done on the brakes. But those mediocre exits are always going to leave it open to attack from the BMs and the Astons. Although the Aston at the minute is fending off another Ferrari as well. Which is exactly in line with the train of thought that I was just using there. Andrea Alfonsi for RNM flat out. Not sure if he's raced with them before. Alfonsi, the name does ring a bell. Half a second between the top two, half a second between these two at the minute. Jerome Jongen in 15th position for the moment. He's up 2 spots. Nino Tobin just behind him, in fact, up 4 positions as well. So good start from the Astro Racing team, their Mercedes. Yeah, started in 20th, 21st position, up to 16th. Another good looking livery. Oh, and that's not a good looking exit by the Ferrari. This is going to be game over here, surely, into turn number 1. The Mercedes is not going to be able to pass up this opportunity, whether they want to or not. This is the side-by-side into turn number 1. The Mercedes has got this one done. Yep, got the nose pass. You can see off the rear wing. This is the QRT car on the inside. Oh, but he's held on to the position and he's got the nose back in front. Little bit of contact on the way through the corner, and it is QRT that stay ahead of Astro Racing for all the world. I was putting folding money on Tobin getting the job done there. The Mercedes got an incredible exit, but could not seal the deal. Another QRT car involved in all of the action. It's Leon Wessels, who has got Jeffreda and Schiebel just ahead. Lopez, as you can see in that rear dash monitor there, not too far behind either. The Crest Dunlop very easily indeed. Oh, extra bit of input on the steering there, but he's kept it going. Good drive by Wessels so far, certainly keeping the pressure applied to the cars ahead. Miatini as well in 17th place. Another BMW out on track, seeing this battle unfold ahead of them. Tobin and Jongen unable to settle their affairs at the moment. That could certainly open the door for flat out second car to get involved. We've got a solid train as well back here. Kiko Gallo for the Eagles eSport car. Looking in a good position to take a couple of spots actually here in the Porsche. As you can see, a very close train of cars up ahead. Shables, T and J, Jafreda, Wessels and Lopez as the battle is closing in on. Corving behind, a second down the road as De Jong. Oh, we've got another incident involving Conway. Oh, the Simtech car and Gazelle going side by side, and that is very close on the way into 130R. Pulls over, looking for the space to turn in. That's going to cost one of the cars a lot of momentum. Oh, please don't stick. There we go. Gazelle getting close again under braking. De Munich and Larocque are really close. Larocque, I did mention the TSE car not setting a qualifying time. They're up to 32nd position at the moment. So quite a few positions made up there. The FRL cars are out and running. They've made up one spot. We've got Riccardo Chiaramonte for flat out. Just being lapped by the race leaders, able to come in for an early pit stop. Quite a lengthy one at that as well. Yeah, that is a long pit stop at Suzuka actually. They should be in and out in under 30 seconds. But that was, yeah, 60 seconds in the pits for them. So yeah, down at the back of the field, we still have a long way to go. We're only 15 minutes into this one. As I mentioned, I'll be here for the first 4 hours, and then Mr. Christian Romano will be taking the helm and bringing us the closing action from the race. It's going to be as close all the way through. Mark G. Sorry, some confusing data on the telemetry there. No confusion though for sure. Up at the front, Savini and Vesta Sports still leading Van Thielen, and it is 1.7 seconds now the gap they've got over Keenan. No such gap for Keenan though. He has Matteo Nachira breathing firmly down his neck at the moment, much like the group. Harter, Alfonsi, Keddy and Al. That one is pretty close as well, it has to be said. You can just see them peeking through there. Let's jump on to Aleman's, the front of Aleman's car. You can see in 10th place, 1.2 up on Wegman, who's battling with Long. Tobin still trying to get past Jongen if he can. Van Thielen still within half a second, but Aleman through the anti-bank curves. We've seen that we are seeing Ferraris being defended against from a BMW and an Aston just further up the grid. It's the Ferraris turn to fight back and try and fend off an Aston Martin and potentially get the overtake, as Alfonsi and Harter are very, very, very close indeed. Phenomenal opening 15 minutes. Oh, and Van Thielen is getting very close again into the hairpin. So the Ferrari definitely the quicker of the two through the Degnas, but as soon as they get out with the hairpin, it's advantage to the BMW, and away it goes. Leaves them absolutely standing. Gilles Aleman looking to do the same on the exit. Let's see what he can do on the way into on the way through 200R into Spoon. Oh, we've got a penalty coming in as well from the stewards. Of course, live stewarding going on for the entirety of the race, as you would expect. There'll be some post-race stewarding if required. But yeah, 15-second penalty coming in for a car further down the field. We'll check on that in a moment as we wait and see what happens through 130R again. It's all the advantage to the BMW up at the front, already through the Casio triangle. Van Thielen not in the mood for giving up though. Solid drive along the start finish. Aleman, Keddy and Alfonsi still within 2 seconds, and we've got Miatini. Oh, it's a lot of grip required from the tyres there. Miatini just popping us a white flag there. Just on a slight off-track excursion, that could be a slap on the wrist from the in-game stewards actually for track limit violations, but Miatini not able to get past Jongen at the moment. Schiebel still trying to get past the Doig. In fact, the Doig coming under a whole amount of pressure. Simtek might be going round the outside here of the QRT car, or is he going to go for the cutback through the middle of Spain? Oh, he's tried, and unfortunately the back of the car has said no thank you. He set that one up very nicely indeed. I would use the replay. I think it's going to sell us short though. We'll jump on the Forbidden Chase Cam and watch this one. It was beautiful driving by them both. De Doig knew what was coming. He knew the only way to defend it was to stay as far over to the right as possible, which he did. Early move by Schiebel over to the left, looking for that grip up the inside. Not, and the car just oversteered, understeered, tank slappered, and away we go. Yes, of course we can. Well, Shiramonte, 15 seconds for causing a collision. But yeah, Mark GG, currently in 38th position. Slightly off pace as well. Ian Thompson is ahead of him in 37th place. And in fact, Lerock looking to make an overtake with 0.2 of a second separating from the. That's going to be quite a few positions then. 6 spots so far for Lerock, so a great start for them from the back. Not massively surprised to see them make gains this early, considering how quick the car and the team themselves are. With that no quality time, let's give them a big task. I tell you what, the Ferrari out with Spoon has absolutely left them standing, so he's going to need to build for another one pretty soon. Yeah, Tom, no problem whatsoever. If anyone else has got a car that they're cheering on, anyone that they want an update on, please do let me know. Yeah, I've got no problem checking up with the cars. Fabian Carner, 9 positions down, so a difficult start from them. Didn't actually catch the full incident. Justin De Jong as well, the Gazelle Motorsport car, down 13 positions since they started, so expect them to make their way back through the field as well over the course of the race. The ERA Esports car, 17 positions they've made it. That's quite the start they've made in the Audi. Another car that didn't set a quality time, but what they are setting at the moment is very, very, very quick times. It's safe to say they are almost commensurate with the cars right up at the front. In fact, they'll be hovering just on the periphery of the top 10. So definitely got more space there. Oh, we've got another penalty coming in. Henry Handy for Remnant Racing. Their Honda has been bestowed 5 seconds to serve at their next pit stop. Darcy, the night lights on that Porsche are by far the best ones out there. That would be Kiko Gallo, 25th. Yeah, we could go with that. Oh, that's another penalty, and that's in the top 15, almost in the top 15, sorry, Jerome Jongen. 22nd penalty for the QRT car, currently in 16th. And these early penalties are going to have a huge impact on the running order, of course. With the cars being so close, they're going to be into the pits in about 44 minutes. So still plenty of time out there. But yeah, 20 seconds, that's almost the length of a drive-through penalty. To put that in perspective around this course, I think you can do a drive-through here in about 27 seconds, 30 seconds. It's a very short pit lane compared to the length of the track overall. And yeah, that 20 seconds is going to see the QRT car fall down the order when they come back out of the pits. A couple of others, of course, Handy with a 5-second penalty in Chimolont. Is there live stewarding during the first hour? I think there's live stewarding. I'm pretty sure there's live stewarding for the whole race. Yes, there is live stewarding with race control for the whole race. As you would kind of expect. I mean, that's, yeah. You absolutely, yeah, you need to have stewards there as a deterrent more than anything else. Thanks for the update for 35. My apologies. I wouldn't even want to attempt an enunciation to the person that put in the yeah thanks for the update for 35. Nikolaj. But if you do want to put a pronunciation of your name in the chat so I could address you similarly correctly, please do feel free. But yeah, thank you to everyone that's tuning in. Some leagues only do an hour and then switch to report based. Ah, okay. Yeah, that would be a lot of report. Oh, Daniel Savini is in second place. No, he's not. Is he? Oh, we've got multiple accidents then. Yes, he has been overtaken. We've got another car getting involved. Oh, wow, what's going on there between the top two? And is that a back marker that's getting involved as well? In the turn at number one. Looks for the cutback up the inside. Oh, there's a double nudge by them both. The BMW makes his way back. Yeah, FRL are in the lead of the race, and these two are absolutely door banging. We've got another accident involving the two up at the top. Let's have a look and see what this one here is. So it's all kicking off between these two while I've been looking down the field. The race leader has been handed to Team FRL. The BMW went for up the inside after losing the position. Forcefully tried to go up the inside. The Ferrari ends up off track, coming straight back on. Oh, and another door bang and another wing mirror exchange. And there is FRL taking the lead of the race. That is an absolute gift. And it looks like this is, oh no, so sorry, this is potentially part of. So yeah, part of the... Oh, another touch. So yeah, the leaders are fighting hard. Terence Keenan, he's not fighting hard though. He's been gifted the lead of the race. Van Thielen under pressure from the Chira then. The Chira looks like he's going to be handed second place as well. Great move by Keenan. Yeah, well, that's the way that happens sometimes, unfortunately, Francesco. You have a run down the order, and the leaders that have been behaving suddenly have a rush of blood to the head and go absolutely ham. I think we're going to see some penalties up at the front for those, as BMW versus BMW. Luke Addison closing in on one-time race leader Daniel Savini. Terence Keenan now in the lead for FRL, and again, an absolute gift for them. And the second part of that gift, the gift that just keeps on giving, Mattia Nachira is now glued to the back of Jentel Van Thielen's rear wing. It's now very much the reverse of what we've been seeing in the opening few laps, as Van Thielen was the driver pulling up on the rear spoiler of Savini. It's now Nachira that's pulling up on Thielen into the hairpin, and it is three Ferraris up at the top of the field, followed by three BMWs. Addison within 0.6 of a second. If Savini is carrying any tyre or any structural damage to the outside of the car, he's going to know about it very, very, very soon indeed. Addison, well, not quite on the same pace there on the way out. On the way out of the hairpin. Tanshibo getting close, so too is De Jong, who gets the overtake done temporarily. Gallo comes fighting straight back at him, and he goes back out in front. So De Jong, all the action so far in the race. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what the stewards make of the interactions between the top two. Certainly plenty of interactions between De Jong on the timing tower. Is he going to get a move this time? Not quite going to get close enough to pop out the slipstream, but he is going to carry too much pace and end up on the gravel. He's going to struggle to bring that one back on, and Simtech are going to find themselves back up a position. Domenico Belletti is the car there. That was... Is that, oh no, sorry, that is a... that wasn't Simtech, that was another car making their way through there. Couldn't quite catch that one. That must be one that's out of order though. 15-second penalty for Van Thielen. And a 5-second penalty for... yeah, so penalties for the top two. Savini getting 5 seconds there. Van Thielen getting 15 seconds. That's going to drop him down to 10th place. Gilles Allemann, his charge has been certainly halted at 10th spot at the moment. He's got 1.4 seconds to make up to Marco Keddy. There's 4 tenths separating Keddy from Alfonso in 8th place. Jongen still closing in on Tobin, but still got that penalty hanging over his head with Giuffreda. For FMP Italia, they couldn't get it done in qualifying, certainly not as high up the order as I thought they would be. They're looking close in the race now at the moment. See if they can close up. Schiebel and De Doig certainly been battling. We've got, yeah, they two very close at the moment on the way into Spoon. When on the exit, they're going to stay in the same order, are they? Yeah, they are. All three of them getting absolutely spot on there. Marco Keddy looking ever closer. He really is piling the pressure on Alfonso lap after lap. They are getting closer, so too Nachira and Van Thielen up at the front. Van Thielen, a whole different kind of pressure on his race at the moment, carrying the penalty and really is carrying the flat out esports car around that track with him. Savini looking to close back in as well. This could get very spicy very quickly as we jump on with Luke Addison. The Tri-State car brought right back into the battle for podium positions. There were a second or two-ish down on these cars. And after all the wing mirror exchanges going on between the cars ahead of them, they're right back in contention. We'll see what the BMW can do against the Ferrari in the hairpin already. It's all about that exit speed, and the two Ferraris ahead are going to find out very, very soon just how quick the BMWs are out of the gate. Jongen really applying the pressure to Tobin as well. He'll be looking to negate that 20-second penalty as much as possible. Won't be keen on getting stuck in a battle lap after lap as another penalty does come in. This one for the 792 car. Oh, it's Chris Jones in the Honda. So Chris Jones in the Honda picking up a penalty as well. Wow, right over those curbing. I mean, that right-hand wheel doesn't even get close to the tarmac as the exit there. Oh, and that's a good exit by Nachira, in fact. Let's make sure we don't miss anything into turn number 1 here. Oh no, he's a bit far back there. He's signalling. Certainly he's got the intent, but that was way too far back. And I think I might have compromised him ever so slightly. We'll see on the exit. Yeah, he's doing okay to hang on in there, but you don't want to try and... yeah, it's all one thing to force a defensive mistake out the driver ahead, but if it compromises your own entry and exit to the corner, then yeah, better to build for another couple of corners perhaps. The cheer up into Dunlop again, still within a couple of tenths of a second, and all the while Terence Keenan has not looked the gift horse in the mouth. What he has in fact done is saddled that thing up and is furiously riding it towards the end of this first stint. We're pretty much halfway in to the driver's first stints. Still some penalties coming in, and is another penalty being applied at the car 14, the Zure Racing Yentl Dives car. find themselves diving into the pits with 30 seconds of penalties hanging over their head. There may still be more penalties to come in. Of course, the live stewards, well, if that's the incident that they're getting up to date on, then I think we're pretty much up to date on everything as far as the stewards might be. Oh, that's an off-track excursion there. The FMP Italia car taking avoidant action, and I think we're going to see Lopez. Yeah, that Audi really looking for the line up the inside. Jafreda tries to take the outside line. A little bit of contact in that middle phase. The Audi's through. The McLaren's going to come right back at him on the exit, almost getting that position straight back again. Not quite able to make that stick, but still solid battling going on down through the field. The Honda at the minute, that is Lopez in 20th position. So yeah, up 19 spots. That is quite the drive for them so far. Of course, the big gain, Terence Keenan, he's up 2 positions, but it's got him into the lead, and the battle going on behind is still playing into their hands. FRL could not be happier at the minute. 2.7 seconds is the gap, as we've got yellow flag for Lopez getting wild through 130R. So too are the cars ahead. Schiebel almost off track, trying to defend from Wessels. Wessels surely going to get it done into turn 1 this time. Schiebel, the 2 Schiebels in fact, J and T. Does anyone know if they two are related? And if they are, do we know the parameters of said relationship? Brothers, sisters, father, son, daughter, mother? Who do we have behind the wheel? Cousins, perhaps? Vesta is going to retake P1. Oh, Tobin is going to take a trip off track. That's on the way into the anti-bank curves. Let's see if the cameraman could potentially keep up with what's going on. Maybe not. We'll have a look from Helicam. QRT car behind turns in. Oh, just a bit much pace there. The QRT car trying to move out the way to give it the position, give back the position, but they all keep moving. And yeah, oh, and Tobin's facing the wrong way again. On the way out with the Degnas. Oh, not the best place for a recovery. Let's see what happened. Let's try and see what happened there again. If the cameraman could keep up, it would be nice. Into the Degnas. Oh, he was a bit late on the turning on the way out. A bit late on the turning there, carried a bit too much momentum, and that outside AstroTurf has just sent Tobin tumbling down the order. 26th position. It's an 8 position loss in the space of 3 corners. Schiebel are brothers. Thank you very much, Poor Sector. So they are brothers. Good to see. There'll be some yeah, in-house bragging rights, I'm sure, up for grabs. Both of them in the Ferrari. Leon Wessel still looking close. He definitely looks to be the quicker of the two at the moment, but can't seem to find that killer overtake. The two brothers defending beautifully at the minute. Jeremiah and Taran. Again, hopefully I'm not brutalising names too badly. But there is the view from Jeremiah's rear wing. And there you can see Wessel's tucked in there. Oh, and he's run a bit deep there. The brother's going to get him up the inside. Is it going to be Taran that makes the move? Oh, side by side carrying so much more pace there on the way in. It was almost like they were flying side by side just to make, driving side by side just to make sure Wessels couldn't get through. But certainly turn out of the last corner, absolutely getting the run. The McLaren and Wessels unable to find a way past for the past couple of laps, and it doesn't look like that's a trend that's going to be changing anytime soon. These two absolutely on the ball. Nino Tobin's got the tyres back up the temperature. Going to have a couple of little flat spots on there to contend with. Has just gone past Bellotti though to retake 1 spot at least. Alexandre Larocque, of course, the other car that started without a qualifying time, up 11 positions. So yeah, a big start for them. Where is... Where is the Audi gone? Sorry. Oh, they've pitted. Wow. ERA Esports have pitted. Now, I did say there was the possibility that someone could go for a short first stint. And that's exactly what they've done. Were they carrying damage? Let's have a look and see. Let's just check this replay here. Oh, 130R. Ow, yep. Lopez puts it into the wall, so they've had to come in. They've done a driver swap as well, so that wasn't a short first stint through choice. That was a bit of damage, but the way it works, that could work out in their favour. They might now get 20. Yeah, it's going to be close. If they can run as close to 65 minutes as possible, that might be. Yeah, that might work out okay for them. Of course, exit time for him to get the damage repaired certainly won't work in their favour. But there's definitely worse times to have taken that pit stop. And the Chira, no sign of them coming out the pits yet. Obviously, 27 minutes before the stint timer for the cars still to run out. Oh, and it's a lack of pace there by Van Thielen entirely. The Chira so much quicker out of the last corner there. It was almost like Van Thielen was standing still at one point through the corner. They've made contact. They're both going the wrong way. They're going to make contact again, and the BMW Savini is going to make it right back up in on to the podium. 2 positions for absolutely free there. And that is not what either of those cars were looking for. Yeah, but at one point here, it does look like Van Thielen just has got no pace whatsoever. The speed that the gap closed there, but then as soon as he popped out with the slipstream, there was no advancement along the side. They get on to as far as the exit of the corner, front wheel to back wheel, side by side, another inevitable contact as they both try and get back on track, and it is Daniel Savini, fastest car on track, and now finds himself back up onto the podium in 3rd position. All the while, Terence Keenan is putting laps. He's putting corners between himself and the rest of the field. That gap now up to 4 seconds for the FRL car with everything that's been going on behind, and it is Savini who is now the chasing car with a 5-second penalty. The Chira is of course in 2nd place still, and in fact Luke Haddison is currently in 2nd place. He might just get 3rd after the pit stops, with Savini having that 5-second and Van Thielen having the 30-second penalty. Hey, there is Mr. Daniel himself. How are we doing? Welcome in, Daniel. Johnny. Good to see you in, mate. How has your gaming been going recently? Have you been on the? I've seen you a couple of times on the trucks. Well, thank you for tuning in. Welcome into the FRL race. Good to have you in, my man. What have you got on this Saturday afternoon? No racing or stewarding for you, of course. For which I'm sure you're eternally grateful these days. Mattia and Achira, because yeah, we've seen some pretty interesting stuff going here up at the front of the field. Some solid door banging between Savini and Van Thielen. And they are back in the order at the start of the race, and only behind Terence Keenan. Who is now leading the way. So phenomenal start for them. Absolutely gifted the lead of the race. De Jong. Oh, and more door banging there with Gazelle. Gazelle v Astro this time as De Jong makes his way through. De Jong trying to get back up the order. Tobin, the driver, falling by the wayside there, with Domenico Bellotti losing the position to De Jong as well. And Kiko Gallo looking to get moved on Wessels, who was right behind the Schiebel brothers, now 2.8 seconds down the road. And Kiko Gallo closing in very handily indeed. He's got that Porsche dialed in at the moment. He's got a solid pack behind him. So we'll be looking to get the overtake done sooner rather than later, you would think. Sasha Miatini in the same boat. Jerome Jongen carrying a penalty ahead, not able to get the overtake done. And nothing getting done out of the hairpin again, although, yeah, we've seen the BMWs be much quicker against the Ferraris on the way out of the hairpin, but Miatini not able to use that advantage on this lap. Tom Wegman is closed back in. He lost the position early doors to Gilles Allemand. The two Astons now battling on the periphery of the top 10, or for the final spot in the top 10, the Chira and Van Thielen. Those two are still the closest two in the top 4 at the minute. Savini's closed the gap down on Terence Keenan. He's just done a 1 minute 59.8 with a 2 minute .037 for Keenan. So Keenan has been into the 159s. In fact, Savini just setting a very quick lap, but Van Thielen's retaken the fastest lap of the race. That's absolutely bonkers. Forza 474 says Puchar. Oh, okay, yep, that is Schiebel, of course. Do give me, how are you? Trying to do some driver ETS. Oh, moving into the new house, of course. Oh, hopefully that's as quick and smooth and painless as possible. Yeah, we'll see if the racing action can keep you going, but yeah, hopefully that goes as smoothly as can be. Still going pretty smoothly for most of the cars up at the front. We've seen a few cars in for some early pit stops. There is, penalties coming in for car number 4. That is Mattia Nachira. Wow, so the top 3. So that puts Luke Addison in the Tri-State car up at least one position. 4.7 seconds down is the Tri-State car on Nachira. But that's going to balance his penalty out with Savini, as the three of them are still absolutely nose to tail along the start-finish line, although Savini with quite the exit, to be fair. Oh wow, washing machine up to the attic. Yeah, that sounds like quite the undertaking. Van Thielen, who we're still on board with Keenan. No, sorry, we're on board with Savini, still watching Van Thielen and Nachira. There's only a second separating these three at the minute. Alfonsi still closing in on Harter, who's fending him off for the moment. 7th place still for them, with Wegman 2 tenths behind. Aleman still down into the Degnas. It's Savini, Van Thielen and Nachira, all three of them carrying penalties. And in fact, Keenan finding time on Savini on that last few corners. That gap now up to 4.5 seconds. So Keenan, fully aware of the pace that's been shown by the cars behind. There's Mark GG for FRL, up to 32nd position. Lewis Robinson is out for Simtech. They're down in 38th after another pit stop themselves. De Munich in 37th, the Gazelle car with the driver swap. Reichenen as well with the driver swap too. We've got Ian Thompson still out for one of the FRL cars. Mickey Taylor in the team car back up to 33rd with Mark GG in 32nd position after starting from the pits. Bellotti still involved in a solid battle as well, with LaRock up to 27th. One of the two cars that didn't set a time. Hasn't been at the pits as yet, unlike the Audi. Ooh, and that is a bit wide there by the post once again, just letting some of the quicker cars make their way. Oh no, that's Tobin getting an overtake done, sorry. Tobin getting the overtake done on Gallo. He has indeed, yes, so Tobin looking to take back positions. Bit of a gap separating out between the Schiebel brothers as well. One of them closing in on Jeffrey. In fact, Taran, who was looking the quicker of the two, has to be said, has got himself past Jeremiah and is now closed up onto the back of the FMP Italia car. And that's a bit of a wiggle on the exit to 130R that you definitely don't need. Miatini still looking for that overtake as well. On Jerome Jongen. Up at the front though, Van Thielen still trying to keep up with Savini. 8/10 of a gap there. Nachira, the most recent driver to receive a penalty up in these top 5. Finds himself only 4/10 down on these battling two, so we'll see how this one plays out. Oh, and there is a penalty for car 41. Looks like that's going to be 10 seconds. Oh, and that is Ian Thompson there for FRL in the Porsche. So 10 seconds. They are carrying a bit of damage as well. But yeah, 10 seconds for the FRL car. Let's see what the Chira is doing at the moment. Oh, Van Thielen. That's going to be a track cut warning. And almost a contact in the rear there. The flat out car was going absolutely flat out through 130R there. As Van Thielen runs wide. Now, yeah, you can almost guarantee there's going to be a track cut. There wasn't much lift there as he violated the track limits. And with that 30-second penalty, the absolute last thing they'll be needing is a drive-through for track limits at any point in the race. But to pick one up in the opening stint is not going to do them any favours. We've got 16 minutes left to go, sorry, until the stint timers run out. So still plenty of time for them to battle and make mistakes before they get into the pits. Of course, it's going to be an interesting track evolution as well. The race starting at midnight local time. It's going to finish 8 AM. Or just after 8 AM, so we'll see how that goes. Yep, there is indeed. Went to the hairpin. Let's see. You see the BMW just absolutely taking off. Savini has got that corner absolutely dialed in. Van Thielen and the Chira, very little in the way of answer on the way out. It almost sounds like he's got a flat tyre in the Chira. Is that just my overly sensitive hearing? He's obviously not got a flat tyre, but it's maybe just a horrendous flat spot. Yeah, I think he's carrying a bit of a flat spot on his back right, isn't the Chira? We'll see if that is the case. Of course, the car's unable to do 2 65-minute stints on one set of tyres, so we will see the teams change tyres every single time they come into the pits. Potentially not for the very last one, of course, if it's only going to be like an hour and 25 minutes. They've got until the end of the race when they take a final pit stop, so the final pit stop could just be a bit of a splash and dash through the pits. But that is still 7 hours away. Forza RFE, sorry. Getting cheered on as well. Good to see all the support in the chat. Good to see the drivers still keeping it close right down the field. There is Taylor coming into the pits for Team Car. No damage, so slightly early on the first stint. But back out, could be looking to get some clear air ahead. Which is, yeah, not the easiest thing to do in an endurance race at Suzuka, despite it being a very long track comparatively. Yeah, it's thick and fast with traffic action all the way through. Mikey Taylor just on his way out of the pits. Robinson will get ahead for SimTech. It was actually Fabian Carner that I was looking for. Now we've got more penalties coming in. Car number 42, and that's up near the front. It's Jerome Jongen. Wow, so 35 seconds worth of penalties they find themselves up to. That is going to be a very, very, very long pit stop. Very long pit stop indeed. Almost as long as the one that Van Thielen is going to be serving. He is right on the back of Savini, and I tell you, Terence Keenan, no messing about up at the front. He's got an FRL car ahead of him. There you can see just out with the Casio triangle, the pack that are chasing him, but it's an absolutely solid gap. It's up to 4.7 seconds. It was dropping slightly, but it's never gone below the 4-second mark. So Keenan putting in some rear. It's another 2-minute.055 versus Savini's 2-minute.080. So 25 hundredths quicker on that lap for Keenan. Hasn't held the fastest lap of the race so far in the opening 26, but it's certainly going to be winning consistency awards hand over fist, given the laps that he's putting in. No, we can't actually see the cars behind him at the minute. Savini's still being chased by the two Ferraris. Into the Degnas. Oh, Van Thielen looking a bit lively on the way in there, it has to be said. Manages to hold it on the way out. And again, the BMW out of the hairpin. Just leaving those Ferraris standing almost. But then the catch back up again through Sector 2, through the Degnas. It is a game of cat and mouse with much different machinery. Much like is going on with Hayden Harter. We can see into the hairpin just how close Alfonsi is still getting the Aston fending off the Ferrari for the moment. Although, and saying that's been 26 laps now, these two have been absolutely nose to tail. Harter has been flawless so far, so too Alfonsi. And the TSC car, you can see just how close the Ferrari gets behind. The Aston again neatly up through the gears, the TSC car. Just moving over ever so slightly, making that slipstream just that little bit more difficult for the Ferrari behind, and keeping himself in position through 130R beautifully between the Mayo and the Mustard and into the Casio triangle. Heavy on those brakes. Ooh, slightly unsettled there by the Ferrari in the background, and again on that curb, and that's good news for Hayden. That's going to give him a little bit more breathing space into turn number 1 on this lap than he's had previously. And yeah, another one of the BMWs further down the order. We've got the Porsche, the FRL Porsche now being closed in on by the lead group. Luke Addison was getting kept in touch with these cars pretty handily, but is dropping off their pace at the moment. 5th place he finds himself in, but of course with that Van Thielen 30-second penalty, he is going to find himself ahead of Van Thielen, so it's going to be a position there. 7.3 seconds is now the gap. Oh, and that's, oh, the Porsche just getting out of the way. Oh no, bit of contact there, Van Thielen. Oh, and a bit of contact with Nachira as well, Van Thielen. Oh, and the Ferrari's moving over Nachira very nearly, making more contact with the Porsche there. Let's see if we can catch this one. We'll go on to the old forbidden chase cam so we'll get a good look at what happens. So the Porsche, I think, on the way in indicated and moved over to let the cars go round the outside. Oh, and, oh yeah, almost lost the back of the car there, did Nachira. As the Porsche moves over to drop into the slipstream that all survived. But yeah, another bit of contact there with the cars up at the front. The door banging game is strong with these drivers. Will they be able to finish the race if they keep this up though? That is the question they've got to ask themselves. Flat out sim racing still hunting down a podium. They've done enough work to get ahead of Addison, so the 5-second penalty won't see them drop a position during the pit stops. Yeah, a bit far back again there. Would have stayed in the slipstream. That could have compromised them. Yeah, the move out and the move back over just transfers the weight of the car unnecessarily, and the Tira able to hold it though. Towards the anti-banked once again, still in 4th position, still within a couple of tenths of a second. Terence Keenan losing a bit of pace on that last lap coming through the back markers, and the gap now below 4 seconds for the first time since Keenan got it above there. Was gifted the lead with a 2.7 second gap, now finds that gap eroded ever so slightly, and again slightly back up again, so a game of cat and mouse on the timing tower between these drivers. Long is in 12th position and closed in. Gilles Alleman did lose the position to Wegman, so the two Aston Martins have swapped back again. MSR now back to 11th position, Wegman back up to 10th. Keddy a fair clip up the road for them, but is losing time handover fist to Alfonso. Oh, apologies. Oh. Oh, goodness, bless me multiple times over. Apologies, as I mentioned earlier, my hay fever is absolutely running wild today. And yeah, antihistamines are doing absolutely nothing for the cause. We've got Terence Keenan, he's doing everything for the FRL cause. They've got the lead in the tabulated championship, of course, a series of one-off events, sponsored by Coach Dave Delta. If you are looking to improve on your consistency, get yourself over to Coach Dave Delta and get yourself signed up. You can sign up as part of the SimGrid package as well, of course. Savini doing everything he can, was involved in a lot of incidents as we missed live, but we did catch on some of the replays. He's back up to 2nd place though. Has been up and down the order as Terence Keenan comes into the pits. And slight surprise in my voice because, well, I mean, yeah, running straight 1 hour stints, always a good strategy, but getting as close to that hour and 5, it could shorten your last stint down. I mean, yeah, you're talking at least 35-40 minutes you could shorten that that final stint by, but Keenan coming in with a 5-second lead over the rest of the field. Van Thielen, Letier and Addison all staying out. You can see just how close the gaps are. Keenan already down to 12th position. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see where they come back out. Oh, now there's a big gap. No, Garvey's gone past as well. So some big gaps there, but they've certainly going to have their work cut out for them when they get back out of the pits. The rest of the cars still got 4 minutes to take the stop, so effectively another 2 laps. Yeah, they're going to at least get this one finished and then another lap After that, Zero Racing will try and get that position back. Luke Anderson now 8 seconds down. So it's only going to gain from Van Thielen's 30 seconds. That 30-second penalty is going to be enormous. As we can see, Terence Keenan back out in 15th position. So a double stint for Terence to start the race. In just over the hour mark. Sorry, 16th position. Wow, so that is going to put Van Thielen massively down the order. As Savini comes into the pit, so they're all coming in. So Savini answers, doesn't want to get caught out by the undercut. Savini comes in with Mark GG for FRL. Looks like they've got similarly positioned pit boxes. So Van Thielen has taken the lead of the race finally, but it won't be for long, maybe be for one lap. Savini with those 5 seconds, so that's going to put him 10 seconds down. Provisionally on the race leader, as Keddy, Wegman, Long all come into the pits as well. Yeah, it would have been cutting it close. You don't want to leave it too close, just in case. That would have been just on the end of another lap, but the pits are busy. Melker Garvey has stayed out. That's going to put him up to 8th position. For FRL, we've got Chris Jones in the pits as well, along with Emmanuelson. Mark GG we saw coming in. Ian Thompson comes in for the penalised Porsche for FRL. Cars beginning to move once again. James Williams takes the wheel. On 792, stop go Longdon. Longdon picking up a stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane. The smile might not be quite so long at the moment. As Williams has himself a bit of a wiggle on the way up at turn number 1. 14-degree track temperature, so it's going to be quite the feat. Now you would think that someone's in the wrong pit box there. I'm not sure cars should be overlapping. Oh, Savini! Stop go 32nd for speeding in the pit lane for the one-time race leaders. Oh wow, that is huge. This is going to be a very long stint. Tri-State Racing made it up to 3rd place with Nachira and Van Thielen ahead. 35 seconds left of the first stint. There is Harter in. Alfonsi will be coming in. Gilles Alaman will be coming in as well. That is how you run a 1 hour 5 minute stint. 20 seconds left to go. Melker Garvey, of course, is going to come in. He is going to be cutting it very close indeed. There we go, 8 seconds left to go. Barbary out for Vestas Sport. So it's Barbary that's taking the wheel for Savini. As predicted, that gap, I predicted about 10 seconds. It's 11.3 seconds. So Keenan not getting caught up in traffic. Barbary's car definitely getting caught up in traffic. And despite speeding in the pit lane, that 5-second penalty has just compounded things into... Oh no, my apologies, sorry, there's 2 Vestas Sport cars running. I was aware of that, and I've just completely sold myself down the river because... Oh, David Macarette is behind the wheel. You get yellow flags on here on the pit exit for some reason. I have no idea why. But there's the car I was looking for. Oh, it's... Oh no, right, okay, Simone Savini. So they did, so it's so Daniel's handed over to Simone and they've picked up the stop go penalty. Let me just have a look here. Okay, yep, so let me just make sure I get this absolutely correct this time. Here we go. Daniel Savini handed over to Carlo Barberi. Simone Savini is in the other Vesta Sport car. My apologies for not being fully on top of that one, but that's what's happened there. So Carlo Barberi has been handed over the car from Savini. That is not the car that picked up the penalty. It's Simone Savini for Vesta Sport and the others Vesta Sport BMW that did pick up. So it's not the car challenging for the lead that has the penalty. That is the second car. They've got 3 cars in the top 10 in the championship. They don't in the race at the moment, but Barberi is 11 seconds down by virtue of that penalty. Nachira is back out behind the wheel in 3rd place. Luke Anderson, as predicted, up to 4th position for Tri-State. He's back out for a second stint. Then it is Marco Zachary. Oh yeah, so they've got 2 Vesta Sports in the top 10. David Macaretta in 6th at the minute. Ponticelli for RM flat out. So they're back out in 7th. So that's quite the turnaround then. Still a couple of cars down the order ever so slightly. And of course, there is the car I was looking for. It's Frederick De Broer that has taken the wheel of the Zur racing car. They definitely didn't have a quick turnaround. That 30 seconds of penalties sees them back out. Well, 11th position actually, so just outside the top 10, but that's another car. Picked up a stop-go penalty for speeding in the pit lane, and it is De Munich for Gazelle Motorsports. He's just handed the car over to Thymen Wegmans, and he'll be straight back into the pits. We've got Melvin Eklund, drive-through for track limits. Wow. That is a Gazelle Motorsport, another trip into the pit for them in the next 3 laps. This one for a drive-through, so that is pretty early. We've seen a couple of cars be fairly liberal with their application of the track limits, but the in-game steers certainly are certainly liberal as well with their application of the penalties, and that's the first drive-through for track limits. I do not expect it to be the last. I didn't think it would be quite this early. But Suzuka is certainly one of these tracks where you need to be right on the edge of the limits to make the laps count. Craig Law looking to make it count. The Simtech car catching up to FMP Italia at a fair clip at the moment, and they're also bringing Van Hoorn involved. LaRock getting a move done on EJ Sanchez, who's out behind the wheel of the Eagles Esports car. So good move by LaRock. Tice Payne is out for QRT Esports. Not what I was looking for though. Cody Besselink for Astro Team Racing, looking for a overtake on Van Lieshout as well. The other Simtech car involved in a fairly solid battle at the moment as well, has to be said. Craig Law is one of the ones that was looking for. In fact, it's going to be a 3-way battle into 130R. Law's going to go up the inside and make that one stick through 130R. What a move out of Spoon that was. And the FMP Italia car struggling to hang on to the track limits there themselves. And Carl Van Hoorn is going to get brought right back into this. And the FMP Italia car could find themselves down another position as early as the exit at turn number 1, because that McLaren is going to flounder against the Mercedes here in the straight line, and Van Hoorn absolutely putting them to the sword. FMP Italia losing two positions in 2 corner complet. In fact, before, not even on the exit, that Mercedes heavy on the brakes, almost losing the back of the car there. You saw the lateral motion. Oh, and I thought that was a fresh drive through. It's not, it's for Friesen. And the 301, so they've still got that penalty, yeah, but Van Hoorn there with the very, very, very good overtake. Up at the front, Nachira right on the back of Barbary then. So Barbary coming under pressure from a Ferrari. So it's reignited between Vesta Sport and a Ferrari, but this time it is RNM flat out that are flat out chasing them down. Look, Allison, within the 3 seconds, and Terence Keenan at the moment really is absolutely flying. 14 seconds, so he's found 3 seconds on the cars that are chasing him at the moment, and they are going to be invaluable as the race plays on. De Brouwer still out in 12th position, but within a second of the cars ahead. Benjamin Eck keeping very close eye on the car ahead, and in fact, yeah, looking at a potential overtake into turn number 1 for De Brouwer. Ooh, has a look up the inside there, really probing to get that move done as quickly as possible. The BMW having a wiggle on the corner exit, that's going to, he got kicked off the curb there. That contact was fairly inevitable as Benjamin Eckner finds himself with Elstrom in the middle. Oh, and De Brouwer almost again losing the back. The Ferrari really keen to step out on him at the moment as Benjamin Eck is keen to get the overtake done. Goes side by side, he's going to have this move done on the exit. No, he's not, is he? Is he going to have it done on the exit? The Dunlop down into the Degnas. He's got his nose in front. They're going to be side by side into the Degnas. That's, oh no, they're not, because Elmstrom thinks better of that one. Backs out and leaves Benjamin Eck to crack on with his race. We'll go back up to see what's going on with Nachira and Barbary up at the front. 3 tenths is separating them. Keenan putting more tenths between them, between himself and the chasing pack over the previous couple of sectors, and that is a trend that is definitely continuing. The Chira definitely looking to get himself as far ahead as possible. Yeah, through the anti-band curves we go once again. Keenan finding a bit more time. The Chira looking for that overtake if he can, opening up the corners as much as possible, trying to find that drive out. The Ferraris we've seen against this particular BMW really struggle on the corner exits. Oh, Barbary finding himself out on the right hand side of the grass there at the Dunlop is definitely not something needs to be doing anytime soon. Underneath the bridge we go. Oh no, into the hairpin. Is it going to be? How ironic would it be if he gets it done in the hairpin? Oh, he's going for it right up the inside. Really went for a send. He's opened himself up to the cutback though. The BMW has been the one on the exit, and this time it is Nachira that comes out on top. The BMW does have an answer. Is it going to be enough of an answer on the way into Spoon? We'll see if we can get a replay of the overtake in a moment. We'll see what happens on the way into Spoon as Nachira tries to squeeze him onto the inside line. Does have the corner on the way and runs out wide. That's going to be a track limit cut, and the BMW is going to come right back up the inside, and they avoid contact beautifully on the exit. And it is Nachira that holds on to the position onto the back stretch. And that was certainly a belligerent move, it's safe to say, there by Nachira. He does look to be the quicker of the two at the moment, and he is pressing those sector times. The BMW on the way into the Degnas. Yeah, looking okay, the exit though. And I tell you, Nachira popping at the slipstream early. He is a bit back there, but heavy on the brakes, rotates it up the inside and almost takes the nose off, but does get fit the car just in front. And you can see millimetres separating them on the exit to the hairpin, and it was a phenomenal battle through Spoon as well. And it is R&M flat out that have come out on top. Oh, but absolutely not giving up on this one by any means. It is. Oh, he's coming right back up. Barbary right in the hand. That almost looked like contact between the two of them. Luke Allison should get brought back into this as Terence Keenan is sailing off into the distance. That's now a 16-second gap that he's got. He's increased that by 2 seconds. All the battling that's going on is just playing right into FRL's hands. Absolutely incredible. The Ferrari had no right good awareness by the BMW. It certainly does take two to make it safely through a corner. And the Ferrari certainly, yeah, at first glance looked to be a bit far back. Oh, and there's Elstrom picking up a drive-through penalty. That's number 2. And we're only into the second stint. It's going to be a long race for some of the teams. It's so, again, it's so easy to pick up track limits here. I know Circuit of the Americas gets a hard time, but much like Monza, turn number 1, I think Suzuka does get off the hook ever so slightly because of the overall driving experience. Because let's face it, turn 1 here, really, it's an absolute cracker. And yeah, again, Misano, such a phenomenal course to drive, but if there's something you know about Misano, even if it's an hour race with 30 cars, you're going to see 5 to 10 drive-throughs for track limits because it is a course which is so inviting to get you out on those tracks. And if you just unsettle the car ever so slightly, need to make any correction, you violate the track limits, you find yourself into the pits. And as much as it is only a 27-second drive-through, rule number 1 of endurance racing, make it to the end. Rule number 2 of endurance racing, spend as little time as possible in the pits. Absolute priorities to make it to the end are absolute goals in endurance racing. Make it to the end. All your decisions must be centred on getting the car to the end. That includes overtakes, pit strategies, all that stuff. But again, as little time as possible in the pits is the way to do it. And these drive-throughs early doors, it does give you a long comeback drive. But they could certainly hamper your overall ambitions for finishing positions. Frederick De Broer, their positions hampered certainly by the 30-second penalty, just on the edge of the top 10. They are moving ever so slightly quicker than the MSR Esports car ahead of them. Johnny Murasaki behind the wheel. He's taken over for Gilles Aleman, of course. There's Elmstrom into the pits to serve that drive-through, instantly dropping positions. As Macaretta closing in on Zakari then. The Vesta Sport car up a couple of positions as well, so their other car having a good start to the race. Was certainly David Macaretta looking to put paid to that at the moment. Barbary not able to keep pace with Nachira at the moment. Let's see if Nachira can make any inroads on the gap that Terence Keenan has got. That's 16 seconds that now separates them. It was 11 when they came out of the pits between Keenan and Barbary. It stretched to 14 and then we saw 16 seconds very quickly. We'll see what Nachira can do in response, but the two Ferraris having it all their own way at the top at the moment with the 3 BMWs. Barbary and Vesta Sport, it's Tri-State in 4th place, and then Marco Zachary in 5th position. David Macaretta looking to get an Aston Martin in the top 5. The TSC Racing's Phoenixian car in 6th position. And then Giorgio Ponticelli for Flat Out Esports. They've overtaken their sister car, of course, with that penalty. They see themselves now at 7th position. Nico Veldman, sorry. For FRL in the top 10 as well, with Martin Ulrich for Hold Fast Racing. And he will certainly be holding fast laps, that's for sure, although it's another phenomenal Aston Martin battle that's about to commence here, with Holdfast getting involved by the looks of it with Murasaki there for MSR Esports. We've got LaRock, who's in the 19th position, come back out for the second stint. Another TSC car, didn't set a qualifying time, and find themselves now up to 19th position. Of course, there was another car didn't set a quality time. It was the ERA Esports car. They did find themselves off at this very corner and into the wall. No, sorry, my apologies. It was 130R. They came off at 130R, clipped the wall, came into the pits, got the damage repaired. Back out in 25th position. So it's still a 14th place gain, but they had made those 14 places and then some in that opening stint. Oh, and you can see the car does look like it's carrying a bit of damage. I would suspect that that has been repaired and it's simply a visual glitch. As Gava takes a bit of contact from the Porsche Sanchez there. And in fact, we've got a yellow flag. Tice Payne having an issue in sector number 3. I thought this was for the battle ahead. Melvin Eklund doing, hey Chris, how we doing? Oh! I've said it a few times at this track, we might be racing at the in the Matrix, but there is definitely a spoon at Suzuka. It must be respected at all times. Melvin Eklund is currently behind the wheel of the Porsche, 35th position. I think, now remind me, were they one of the cars that started from the pits? But how is Chris doing? Good to see you in. Same with Valencia, you can go wide, but also very easy to go too wide. Yes. Yeah, Valencia turn 1. Exactly my point. Valencia turn 1 is just an encapsulation of all these tracks in one. And I tell you, I wouldn't be keen on doing that on a motorbike. Imagine being at full 90-degree angle, skipping over that curb and trying to ping back onto the track. Oh, no thank you, good sir. Well, I've seen a bit of deterioration in the gap up at the top. Natira's got it back down to below 16 seconds. We'll see what we can do on this lap. Barbary now 2.6 seconds down. We'll look Addison within 1.4 seconds. The Tri-State driver out. In fact, let's get that so we can see the exhaust pipe. The Tri-State driver saw 3 of the 4 cars ahead of him pick up penalties. Oh, 15-second penalty. David Macaretta picking up a 20-second penalty not long after that overtake. Ponticelli already 7 seconds down on that one. The 177 car. 20 seconds of penalties. Yeah, so a combination, sorry, of 40 seconds worth of penalties on the cars ahead of them. And that sees Addison within a second of a podium spot at the minute, and he is definitely looking quicker than the car ahead. So too is David Macaretta. He's got Zakari ahead of him for Vestas Sport, and the Vestas Sport car coming under some serious pressure. We've got more incidents coming in as well from cars. Slightly, Cody Besselink, in fact. He's just had himself a bit of an incident. Let's see what. Oh, and yep, so he's behind the QRT car. It looks like the QRT car was about to miss on the Degnas. Oh, wow, so much more pace then for Cody Besselink. Up the inside. Oh, not quite got. Oh, wow. That is as unfortunate as it gets. And I think he's just had another off track as well, just to pile on the woes there for the 81 car. Oh, we've got all kinds going on. Yeah, more incidents coming in, and another yellow flag there. So yeah, car 81. That's not the not what they were looking for through that corner section. The cold track catching a few of the drivers out. Racing with Tika and Eklund. Okay. First endurance session in a while. Yeah, it's been, yeah, because, oh no, I wasn't here for the last race. That's right. Because it was a shorter one. Yeah, Hungaroring, Donington Park, and then Valencia. That was a shorter race, if I remember correctly, so I wasn't here for that one. Note to self, don't get overly cocky and close your notes before, once the race has started. Just wait, no, it was 4 hours at Donington. I was here for Valencia, 3 hours off. Yes, we've been solid. Oh, let's have a look at this potential overtake then. Addison right on the back of fellow BMW driving Barbaret, and it is looking very close between them two. You would say Addison definitely the quicker, over half a second the lap average quicker at the moment on this stint. Barbaret could be staring down the barrel of fourth as Macaretta stares down the barrel of Barbaret's teammate Zachary's car. Again, let's see what happens into the hairpin. It's been very close. Ooh, almost missing the apex here. Is that to get the exit? Not the BMW. Goes flying off into 200R. And it's Luke Addison in the same position. With Barbaret managing to get that escape route done. The escape road and get themselves out into the distance. 130R is going to be uncontested for both of these battles. Wow. Again, right out on the edge. Let's see what's going on with Murasaki. The battle of the Aston Martins. Oh, and in fact... Oh, that's Veldman that's coming under pressure. Oh, and a bit of contact there. That's not what you need on the way through Spoon. Veldman losing 2 positions on that one there. So yeah, Veldman losing 2 spots. We'll see if we can catch a glimpse of that. And see how this one lined itself up. We can see, oh, bit of a wiggle there by Veldman through the Degnas. That was the start of the demise there, you would say, heading to the hairpin. Manages to get the brakes on, get the foot down into 200R. So yeah, we're going to see this one through Spoon, hopefully. Oh yeah, we are. Oh no, we're not, sorry. Veldman just running a bit wide there on the way through, and the Aston Martin just stepping on through. A bit of contact between the two of them, but they all stayed in the right direction. Look, Addison still looking to get this overtake done here as well. He's got Barbaret still firmly in front of him. But that is a much smaller gap than it has been. Still sitting at that 0.3 of a second. Keenan and Nachira still leading the way, and they're absolutely dropping this battle ahead of them. 13.3 seconds. Wow, Nachira is destroying that gap up at the front. Half a second quicker on that previous lap. Yeah, sorry, analysing the lap times there, and yeah, Addison definitely quicker. Nachira is absolutely quicker. In fact, Keenan, I think, got held up with some traffic then. 201.3 to Nachira's 159.7. Oh, and look at Addison again into turn number 1. He is so close on the way through there. Nachira really pressing those buttons as well. Macaretta not able to get the overtake done at the moment. Got a phenomenal battle brewing between Van Hoorn and Larocque. Larocque now finding himself up 21 positions since the start of the race. So emulating what the Audi did not too long ago. Oh no, sorry, that was just a glitch on my screen there, sorry. Have we still got 39 cars? Yes, we do. Excellent. Van Hoorn. Being chased, yeah, Larocque. Up 21 positions is where I was going with that one. The Audi of Rikitan, the ERA car, they of course started from the pits. They were up 21 positions before the end. Oh, and there's a drive-through for track limits. That's the third one. Train of thought completely gone. Yeah, the Audi, they had to come into the pits for some damage after an early short stint, but they've definitely got the pace to make up positions, as we've seen from that very successful opening stint. Thyman Wegemans picking up the drive-through there for Gazelle Motorsport. Their second drive-through for track limit so far. Speeding in the pit lane, sorry. Speeding in the pit lane, stop, go 30-second penalty, and now a drive-through. So, yeah, a fair collection that you really don't want as an endurance team there. All the penalties being picked up. Jan Barth out behind the wheel for Advisor in the Porsche. They've got Blauwitz just ahead of them. We've seen a good battle between these two teams' cars so far. And James Williams just been overtaken by teammate Eklund there. There was another one I was looking at, which is Tice Payne. 23rd position for the QRT driver. It's got Rekitan just ahead of him, and this would be a good car to follow through or even get the overtake on. Of course, that Audi, again, made up several places in the opening exchanges. But Payne applying the pressure at the moment. A couple of cars. Yeah, going to need some damage repair done there. The other one I'm looking at, of course, is De Broer up in 13th spot. Still trying to get past Lombardi. There is a drive-through clear, so he's going to come out just in front of De Broer. And Addison still trying to get his way on to the podium. The two BMWs absolutely inseparable at the minute. Yeah, so out with Spoon. Again, Addison very patient. Looking for that overtake, looking for the chink in the armour. Nothing appearing at the moment. And yeah, Barbary certainly keen to get out on those curves on the exit to 130. Addison keeping it just a little bit neater. I'm sure we'll be seeing the other teams picking up the drive-throughs this early. Definitely something to avoid as Barbary takes the extreme inside line. That's going to give him just enough of a gap then. Addison won't be able to close in on the way into turn number 1. Barbary holding third for another lap. I don't know what's going on with that one. Macaretta still in 6th position now, 8 tenths down. So a good sector 3 from Zachary sees him hold on to that 5th position for the moment. It's going to be a stout test between the Macaretta with that 20-second penalty though. It's going to see them fairly down the order. We've got Doyle and Longdon both into the pits. The Honda's been in for a penalty as well. Cian Doyle in for TSR 1. 36th position, Roy Blues down in the back for Simtech after a couple of penalties for them as well. Yeah, the in-game stewards have been fairly brought in on this race so far. Jan Barth for Advisor, still in that 26th position. What I'm going to do is leave it on this battle with Addison. I need to take a very quick pit stop myself. I will be back in a moment or two. But yeah, enjoy this battle, and yeah, it definitely dictates that as soon as I get up there will be an overtake. But yeah, keep an eye on this battle and I'll be back in a moment. And there we go, as guaranteed, Addison did get the overtake done. Which you would have caught on screen. I'm sure it was as clean as a whistle, much like the sectors he's put in since getting it done. That's a 1.6 second gap. That 1.6 seconds has definitely been found by Nachira. His laps consistently now quicker than Keenan, by at least a quarter of a second a lap. So yeah, a lot of traffic for Keenan to make his way through. One of his teammates just quickly getting out of the way. Nachira though is closing in. There is a penalty for car 472. What we'll do though is so there we go, still got 30 minutes left of his stint. For anyone who's wondering, by the way, if you go into helmet cam and you press Alt D, you can change through the race logic timer of the person that you are spectating. You can see Nachira though, he's got that battle between QRT and SimTech ahead. He is furiously flashing the lights. You can see the thumb on the button there, letting the cars ahead know that he wants through as quickly as possible. This is the traffic, of course, that we've just seen the race leader Terence Keenan make his way through. Nachira will be looking to capitalise on any delays that Keenan's had by getting through here as quickly as physically possible. Not sure why there was a sudden green flag there. Oh, and a 15th. Wow, the penalties are coming in thick and fast now. Oh, it's Roy Blues for SimTech. Of course, they're down the field after we saw a couple of contacts in the trip into the wall, got the damage repaired. Gazelle picking up penalties. Abu Said has picked up a penalty as well for flat out. That was slightly earlier. Mark Conway as well. 5 seconds for the other SimTech car. As we can see, R&M flat out make their way through. Sebastian Elmstrom, one of the cars that we saw picking up a drive-through for track limits. They're back out in 15th position at the moment. And Benjamin Eck for FRL looking to improve on their position. He's caught up to the battle of the Aston Martins, which have now been separated by one of the FRL BMWs. But certainly Eck looking definitely quicker than Martin Ulrich at the moment. And yeah, Murasaki definitely quicker as well than Ulrich. Murasaki, yeah, that whole team is yeah, they're right. Got that close there past the BMW, but they do all make it through in one piece. Macaretta still not making his way past Zakari at the moment. He definitely is putting in quicker sectors. He's the faster of the two drivers, it's safe to say, but Zakari defending beautifully at the moment. De Boer is up another position as well, back up to 13th place. They've got a long drive ahead of them after that 30-second penalty, but we've seen the pace that they've got. And Benjamin Eck still looking for that overtake on Martin Ulrich. And you can see the headlights in the dash mirror there. Do love the sight of that Ferris wheel as well. Around out of the last corner on the start-finish straight, you can see that Aston Martin just threatening to pull away, pull away, pull away. Benjamin not able to get close enough once again in that braking zone. Does manage to get so close through the middle phase of the corner. The Ferrari definitely more planted on the way through the corners. Phenomenal all-rounder, just like the Aston in its time. Well, clearly is now as well. The LFM Bob definitely helping. Real weather conditions, of course, as well, of course, sorry, with full cloud cover at the minute. The potential for rain will loom large on the drivers. It's 2 AM local time. Track conditions, track temp sitting at 14 degrees, not dipping any further. It still might, of course, between 3, so about an hour or two from now, I reckon we'll see the coldest the track will get. Could get as low as 11 degrees. The cloud cover should retain a bit of the heat though. So close into the hairpin again. It's tale as old as time in this race. We've had 51 laps from these cars so far, and every time we see the Ferrari getting the job done on the brakes, but the Astons and the BMW has just got that acceleration on the corner exit. The Ferrari's absolutely banged to rights. They've got a couple of cars battling ahead of them as well. Again through the middle corner phase. Oh, it's a bit unsettled there by Ulrich, but he's going to manage to hang on to it, or is he? Benjamin closing in ever so slightly, not as close as he needs to be under the bridge for 130R, but can certainly throw one. No. Yeah, again, so Eck, much like Luke Addison, taking the narrower line on the exit, and much like Barbary, Ulrich taking a much wider exit on 130R. Certainly flirting with the disaster that far out, but it does keep the car in front of the chaser at the moment. David Macaretta still behind Zakari, but again really pressing as they head through the anti-bank curves and up towards Dunlop. That Aston Martin engine does sound very good. Don't really like using that camera, but that does sound very good. Macaretta still trying to get past Zakari. Terence Keenan making his way past another back marker. 52 laps under the belt so far. It was an 11-second gap. We'll see what happens with Nachira here. He's getting a cheeky bit of slipstream from the Mercedes at 12.3 seconds. Wow, so Keenan now going sub 2 minutes, while Nachira just over the 2-minute lap time on his previous lap. We'll see what it does here. So Keenan absolutely fighting back. Still got a bit of time left on his stint as well, of course. Keenan in the FRL car. One of the first cars to come in on cue. You would say a couple of cars into the pits a bit earlier, but they came in just on the 1 hour mark. The rest of the cars staying out for that 1 hour and 5. We'll see how that plays out as the race goes on. We've got a stationary car. It is the Honda 792, the long smile car. Oh, and there's a contact up ahead. Oh, and the Honda, the back of the... Wow. And he's kept it out of the wall. Literally disaster in slow motion there. As we saw the QRT car and one of the Vesta Sports cars making slight contact. This is the same QRT car just after the tyres got lapped on the way through turn number 1. Just clips the curb on the exit and the whole thing stuttered there. But they are still running, so yeah, getting very close again between some of the drivers. Well, as we see the team car Ferrari be overtaken there. Alexandre Larocque. Again, for anyone that's joining late, they didn't set a qualifying time. They started at the back, 22 places they've made up at the moment, as they see themselves up into 16th. Lucas de Doig, the QRT car, one of the big drops in the race so far, down 12 positions since their start, and I believe Oh no, my apologies. This is the team car. Their Ferrari into turn number 1. 9th and 10th goes past. Here comes 35th looking to unlap themselves. Oh, and they've run wide. They've come back on the inside. Oh, and they've given them a contact in the rear there. So a rear contact for the Mercedes did manage to go through. But that is the dog that we're on board with. Terence Keenan, 12.1 up the road. Barbary into the pits. So that is a shorter stint there for Barbary. Vesta Sports bring the car in, and Macaretta still looking for the overtake. Oh, he might have it this time. That is a good exit he's got out of the last corners, head towards turn number 1. He's got some absolutely solid slipstream from the BMW ahead, who stays on the inside line, on the dirty part of the track. Macaretta looking for the outside line. Is he going to go for the cutback? Oh no, he's run himself a bit wide there. Couldn't find the room to get it. Does manage to keep the car under control, gets it back on track, keeps it in 5th place, but Zakari, more importantly for them, keeps it in 4th position. Still a great battle going on there. De Boer does go past Barbary, who is stationary in the pit, so that's going to put De Boer up to 10th position at the minute. Benjamin Eck up a spot as well, so too Ulrich in the gang. Larocque is going to gain a position out of this as well temporarily. Great drive they've had. Starting from the back. I did say they would be one to watch come the end of the race. Oh, this is the blue flag. It goes round the outside. That's one of the top 3 going through, and Larocque closing in on Elmstrom. Good bit of pace being shown by both of these cars, but Larocque definitely looking the quicker of the two. Oh, I do like the Aston. You can see the flames firing out the exhaust there. Oh, and Elmstrom there just getting out of the way, almost losing the back of the car. Cleverly falls straight back into the slipstream. It's going to need as much of that as possible to fend off Larocque over the next couple of laps. Benjamin Eck all over the back of Ulrich. Larocque really thrown at that inside apex. The BMW did not look convincing at all on the way into turn number 1. Maybe carrying slightly more pace than they anticipated. Larocque will smell blood in the water at the minute then. It's the Aston Martin versus the BMW. This will be a good battle. We've seen what the Ferraris can do against the Astons and the BMWs, or the BMWs and the Astons can do against the Ferraris, the way it's been going. Slightly further down the field. This time it's Aston versus BM. Very close, almost rocking the car there, and I think we've got a bit of an issue. Oh no, Benjamin Eck, he just ran a bit wide on the exit. Both cars running wide on the exit to 130R. Not very close to one another either. Just over on the right, throws in the Aston Martin. It's the Honda facing the wrong way. So yeah, well, for the Honda facing the wrong way, we've also had an accident here. Elmstrom has been overtaken, which we did miss alive. Checking another incident, but he, right up the inside of it. Ooh, slight bit of contact between the two of them. Might be another slap on the wrists from the stewards. As we jump back on board, that was Macaretta getting past Zakari, sorry, on that replay. No, it wasn't. Oh, he's giving him the position back again. Ponticelli just going past another back marker there as well. Benjamin Eck still trying to get past Martin Ulrich if he can. Jerome Jongen has got Carl Van Hoorn still ahead of him, but the lap time certainly going in Van Hoorn's favour. And of course, sorry, my apologies, the overtake was Larocque on Elmstrom. That was what we just saw on the replay. It was Larocque going up the inside on the hairpin, so it's Larocque getting past Elmstrom. Macaretta still behind Zakari. Luke Harrison still on the podium, 12.2 seconds down on Nachira, who has a similar gap to Terence Keenan, who was actually slightly slower on that lap. Van Hoorn is completely stationary. Oh, there's a contact on the way out with the anti-bank curves. And yeah, that is a massively unfortunate one for Van Hoorn. Now here is the Porsche. Oh, we've got another incident as well. Nico Meldman, white flag. David Macaretta has had an accident as well. Oh, the Porsche just losing it. The cold track conditions. Apologies for that starting. So he was taking avoidant action for the Mercedes ahead. David Macaretta. Lombardi into the pits. Let's see what's happening here with Macaretta. So we've got a lot of cars up towards the top of Dunlop. No, sorry, this isn't Dunlop quite yet. We're getting to Dunlop now. Up to the left. Again, we're getting a lot of stuttering and stammering on the replays. Apologies. I'm not sure what's going on with the video quality. It should be a bit better than that. Right, okay, Craig Law here got disconnected from 14 at the back of the grid now. Brutal. Oh, there's Chris Jones, the long smile car. We saw facing the wrong way. I did miss their incident. In fact, let me see. Nope, we don't have that. Lombardi in and out of the pits for Flat Out Motorsport. Flat Out Esports, sorry. So it's another pit stop taken there. Simone Savini up a position on Tice Payne. So that's for 21st and 22nd. There's confirmation there. Savini back out of the pits for another stint. Martin Ulrich still inside the top 10. Oh, we've got a penalty coming in for car 352. That is Tice Payne, who we were just on board with, picking up 10 seconds. So yeah, the stewards both real life and he's thought about to look up the inside there, massively throwing the car. Really unsettling his own car on the way in there, but really wants this overtake. Martin Ulrich holding fast though, as the name would suggest. What can Eck get done? If anything, so much better on the apex. Oh, half a wheel on the grass there. That's not what you need. You'd be amazed how much that time that can cost you. Oh, extra bit of steering input there. He gets so close over Dunlop, but just can't get the move into the Degnas. Oh, and is it a bit deep by the Aston Martin? No, it's not. He's held that one beautifully there. It was Benjamin Eck that was offline. It made the Aston look offline, but he most definitely was not. We've got, yeah, you can see thick and fast action with the traffic up ahead. Benjamin Eck into the hairpin. He's got one of the team cars just ahead of him as well. Won't be any favours done by any of the drivers, that's for sure. Let's see what Macaretta can get done. They've just gone past another back marker themselves. That's the Ferrari down in 32nd place. Cody Beslick behind the wheel of that one. Macaretta again through sector 3. Zakari definitely the quicker of the two. Let's see what Benjamin X saying. Into the Casio triangle, not going to get close enough either. Tice Payne still looking for an overtake too. James Williams just been overtaken. Yep, some of the quicker cars coming through the Casio. He's in the McLaren. That's just registered with me. I've never seen James behind the wheel of a McLaren before, I don't think. He has forsaken the Ferrari, straight into my bad books. Mark Conway for Simtech Racing back up the 30th position. He's got the Doig of QRT just ahead of him. 0.3 of a second separating these two. And another penalty coming in. That's Jerome Jongen picking up 10 seconds, up in 16th place. So that's two QRT cars. Got themselves penalties at the moment. Gazelle Motorsport with their lead car up in 25th spot. I've got Jan Barth in the Adweiser Porsche just ahead. Uh-oh. Wow. That was a phenomenal save. which I don't think we're going to get to see because the replay function is completely broken. We might get to see it. Let's have a look. Oh yeah, the McLaren back end absolutely trying to murder him there. He's managed to keep it between the Mayo and the Mustard, but he does have the race leader coming past. Oh no, sorry, that's the other FRL Ferrari. Sorry, the race leader is comfortably got themselves a nice clear bit of track actually. So Terence Keenan back out for a third stint. Oh no, sorry, my apologies. He's still in his second stint. It was another car that came in. He's not been in for his pit stop yet. Sorry, this is still his second stint. Did come in. Might come in this lap actually because it was a 1 hour stint. Although I think they might extend that out by a couple of laps, given that the rest of the teams did come out a lot closer to the 1 hour 5 mark. Again, that final stint could just be a splash and dash. If you can get an hour and 20 or an hour and 30 minutes out of a set of tyres and a petrol tank, it definitely could be a strategy worth going for. Casper asking, where is car 300? Couple of penalties, unfortunately. Excuse me. No, that's 301, sorry. Yeah, Gazelle Motorsport down at the order. Couple of penalties and... Yeah, a couple of penalties. And drive-through for track limits or speeding in the pit lane, one of the two they've picked up so far, and that's seen them fair clip down the order as Williams into the pits. Alberg down there blues up a position at the expense of Chris Jones, who is, I believe... Oh no, sorry, it was Craig Law that disconnected. Yes, it was their car, the Simtech car, that disconnected. My apologies. Yeah, the Honda was just facing the wrong way. Definitely not thriving in these conditions, that is for sure. Tironi there in 17th position for the Flat Out Esports BMW. Still all over the back of Jerome Jongen, and that 10-second penalty means that Tironi is going to get the spot through the pit stop phases no matter what. The other one I was looking at there, of course, is Adam Gardner, all the way through the deck. Oh, bit of a wiggle on the exit. Gardner for Remnant Racing in the Honda, still behind Veldman. Veldman doing a great defensive job so far. Oh, another penalty. Someone looking at turn number 1. Veldman takes the inside line by the Honda. Going to get it done around the outside. Oh, no. To get too wide on the track. Limits unsettle the car on the kerbing. Does manage to keep the car on the track though, which is the most important thing. Couldn't get that overtake done, but certainly sizing up the opportunities as they're presented. Much too like Benjamin Eck, looking for any opportunity to get past, not able to find one at the moment. Neither David Macaretta. Zakari doing an absolutely sterling job of the defensive duties at the moment. There is LaRocque into the pits. As we are, yeah, just over the 2 hour mark. That's 2 hours and 4 minutes into the race that we've gone. Of course, 2 hours and 10 minutes will be the absolute maximum that we'll see into the race before any of the other drivers come in to take their pits with a 65-minute stint timer that is applied. Is this the one for Macaretta? Nope, he's not close enough again into turn number 1. Zakari. Yeah, proving the BMW is king through 130R. Carl Van Hoorn comes into the pits as well. There is Larocque, stationary. Van Hoorn, oh, bit of a wobble over the pits. And there is the Aston on its way out, Sebastian Elmstrom. Trying to fight back for positions as well, just got past Jerome Jongen. Macaretta is still out and pushing, and totally lost my train of thought there. Murasaki Ulrich still the battling Aston Martins. Benjamin X still trying to get up to 8th position, with Gardner in 13th. Getting past Veldman then. Did get the overtake done through 130R. Let's see if we can catch a look at that. Good run through 200R for the Honda. Both of them heavy on the brakes. Let's go to Helicam and see if we can get a proper look at this. Oh, so through Spoon Veldman then. Very much on the middle line. There's a lot less grip through there and a lot less acceleration. A lot more centrifugal force, and it's really cost them on the exit. And before they even get to 130R, oh no, not quite. They are going to go side by side through 130R. The Honda then is going to have the best line. The Ferrari tries to open it up and get the car turned in, but is going to lose all that momentum and is going to lose. As we can see, the spot then, Gardner getting the Honda up a position. Terence Keenan come in from the race lead. Yeah, so just a bit longer on that stint then for Keenan. That puts Nachira and Addison back up to the top 2 cars. Macaretta has stayed out as well. Been interesting to see if he'd come in there actually. Maybe get himself out of the battle. Been stuck behind Zakari now for quite a few laps. Simone Savini coming into the pits. As Cody Besseling into the pits as well. Jones is back in the Honda. Apologies again, hay fever is absolutely running wild at the minute. We've got a couple of cars coming out of the pits. It's Handy and Veldman. In fact, it's Handy and Kedman. Marco Keddy that are out behind the wheel of their respective cars, and Marco doesn't look like he's going to be behind the Honda for too long. That is a very quick turnaround in the pits for the QRT team. The FRL team 7/10ths quicker, in fact, for their stop than the Honda, so that has seriously closed that gap and given them a good shot at getting that overtake done. Still no overtake for Macaretta. Still very much behind. Oh, we've got Giuffrida just leaving the pits, so too Thomas Walsh. Payne Barth and Democus Kiss into the pits, although I think he should be on his way out of the pits. Yep, they've just changed over. Tobin and Gallo gaining positions. Yep, it's all going to change as the pit stops all mark their way out. We've got Eklund. 33rd position at the moment. That's going to change in a second. Again, most spots will be made after the pit stops have stopped. There's Manuel Novak coming out for Advisor, Sergio Osorio coming out for FRL. Tice Payne still stationary, long up in 19th spot. Looking to make that 18th at the expense of one of the SimTech cars, the Pro League of Racing BMW. Into the hairpin. Oh, and that's a very good line, and that's going to be a good exit into 200R. That's going to make this a phenomenal contest on the way into Spoon. The BMW closes the gap handily. Up the inside, having a think about it. The Ferrari holding the outside line, keeps it between the Mayo and the Mustard, but the Pro League car coming straight back again. No, and the Ferrari, phenomenal work through Spoon. It gets it done. There is De Boer into the pits. With Savini back out behind the wheel. And in fact, there's Zachary, Macaretta, Murasaki, Eck, and De Boer all into the pits. That's put Simone Bellio out behind the wheel of the flat out car. In second place, that will change in a moment. Terence Keening is still leading the way. There is confirmation of that. Back out for another stint for Terence, so that's 3 so far. That's quite the drive to be going for. Chris Cadiz is out for Tri-State Racing. He's taken over for Luke Addison, of course. Solid group of cars behind, including one-time race leader Daniel Savini. In fact, Savini looking to make it an overtake as quickly as possible. He's going to have the outside line through the Degnas and going to make it stick there. Oh, and the Tri-State car ended up coming off track. That's Hayden Harter's Aston Martin that's now working. That's a few positions there. Oh no, it's not Hayden Harter. That is the other TSE car, which is a Josh Staffen behind the wheel. My apologies, it's the other TSE car, Josh Staffen, 15th position. So they're still up the races, but swamped by the race leaders at the moment, who really could be closer. Chris Cadiz at the minute, right on the back of Daniel Savini. And in fact, is he ahead? Oh, big wiggle there. By Cadiz. Savini, oh, a fair clip up the road there actually. Less than a tenth it was saying between the two of them. We'll get confirmation. Yeah, so 3 seconds is the gap there. So I thought Savini was under all kinds of pressure there, but the timing tower not quite spot on. Simone Bellio again out for Flat Out Esports, 8 seconds. The gap is now down to, it was 11 seconds before they came into the pits. So good run through the pits for the team. Wegman trying to get past Hayden Harter. This Aston Martin battle has reignited. They'll need to be careful though. They've got Alex Zakdal closing in 2.9 seconds down the road. Long still involved in a battle for 18th position. Thomas Walsh the car ahead still. These two going on it since they came out of the pits. The BMW definitely the quicker of the two, but again it's the car in front that's holding. Oh wow. Yep, that was a full Sendosaurus that almost ended in Rex. Yeah, the BMW moving over to let the Ferrari back through, as you would expect. That was a complete misjudgment on the brakes. The BMW almost completely wiping the two cars. But they both do live to fight another day, as we can see. What? Just another, sorry, not just, another back marker being overtaken. That's one of the Vesta cars, watching the two Astons go through. Harter behind the wheel of this one. Oh, Henry Handy with a bit of an incident. Marco Keddy is through there. Handy just having an off-track moment. Keddy keeping it between the Mayo and the Mustard. They've got Torrone for flat out, the next car ahead of them. Tom Wegman still looking for an improvement in his top 10 standing at the moment for Holdfast. They've got 9th place at the minute. But they have got a good grip of Hayden Harter just ahead of them. Oh, and there's a drive-through. That is one of the 934. Is the one of the Advisor cars. It's Manuel Novak Fourth drive-through that we've seen so far for track limits. We've seen a couple of stop-goes as well for speeding in the pit lane. Manuel Novak, they'll be the latest team to fall foul of the in-game stewards, and that's an extra 27 seconds onto their race timer. Oh, Walsh has run deep into the Casio triangle. Long is going to sail on through, surely. He does come back on track. He might get a track limit warning for that. It looks like he's lifted at least a bit. Jerome Jongen's going to close in on this one as well. He is right behind these two. As you can see that battle unfold, he'll be keen to get himself involved as well. Keeps it on the apex nice and neatly. The Ferrari ahead of Walsh, floundering ever so slightly there. Oh, and I tell you what, Long might have gone long on the exit. That looked to be very far over to the left. Yeah, I would guesstimate we're going to see at least another dozen or so drive-throughs for track limits. Quite easily, in fact. With 5 hours 44 minutes to go. Oh no, he's back again. On Marco Keddy, just as I say that. That's another car picking up a drive-through penalty. It looked like one of the cars ahead there. Oh, disconnected and reconnected, and they've certainly connected now. Jongen and Walsh making contact through the Degness. Walsh almost losing the back of the car completely. Jongen all over the back of him. He's going to go round the outside, potentially, of the hairpin. If he can make this one stick, not quite able to there. The Simtech car staying ahead. Marco Keddy picking up a drive-through confirmation. He's got 2 laps left to serve that. And with that, yeah, that's going to double the gap to Tirone. Yep, that's going to double the gap he's got to Tirone. That 27 seconds for the drive-through. Still very close, slightly down the field. Alex Zakdal still close to Hayden Harter. Wegman as well. 8th position he's got at the moment, with Petaccio just ahead of him. They've got a lot of traffic there to deal with as well. As we've got blue flags furiously waving. That BMW, that's not Savini, is it? No, it's not. Harter, Wegman and Petaccio is where we're going to stay at the moment, though. This is going to be a bit of a fun one. Keenan and Bellio up at the front, separated by 9.7 seconds, so they're going in the favour of Bellio at the minute. Although actually, as I say that, Keenan's just done a 1 minute 59.2 with a 1 minute 59.9 for Bellio. Savini with a 1 minute 59.000, so the fastest lap is getting faster and faster, despite the track temperature being down at 14 degrees. So the track, so despite the track being so cold, the laps are getting that little bit quicker. I thought it'd be back up closer to 16 degrees before we saw the lap times getting any quicker. I was down in the 57s, to be fair, in qualifying, so we'll see how close they can get to that. There's Marco Keddy into the pits. Josh Staffen is going to get close. In fact, going to get very close as Keddy exits the pit. Staffen is beside the pit line, so right in turn number 1. So Keddy's gone from looking to get some overtakes done ahead to now going to be looking over that rear, looking in the rear view mirrors. Josh Staffen closes in for the TSC Project D car. Van Thielen. Van Thielen is off track. Let's see what's happened here. Ooh, the car's ahead. The TSC car almost losing the back. Van Thielen. Oh! Absolute heartbreak for Van Thielen and the team. As we can see there was an incident involving another two cars. One of the Vestas Sport cars just trying to get out of the way, unsettles the car has a bit of a wiggle, and you just see the back end moves over, the front of the car taps Van Thielen's car, and that is Zur Racing now losing a bit more ground again. It's been quite the start from them, up and down the grid, fairly furiously at the moment. Jerome Jongen looking to get an overtake done. Hasn't made that one stick, was close to Tobin though. A couple of penalties to be served in the next round of pit stops, as well as Mark Conway. He finds himself with a 5-second penalty. We've got Abissad with a 5-second penalty, and Svelberg with a 15-second penalty. Still got all that 39 cars in the race as well. Blues, of course, disconnecting and reconnecting. Longden with a couple of pits. A couple of extra pit stops over the rest of the field, down in 39th position. The Honda really not at home on home soil, it seems. Jongen for QRT, still trying to get an overtake done on Tobin. And they're finding a bit of pace on Gallo as well. He'll do well to stretch that gap out as much as possible at the moment if he can. We'll see, I think that's going in Tobin's favour. Yeah, another 2/10 in the direction of Tobin. 1.2 seconds now that gap. For them, 10 seconds is the gap between the top two. Bellio getting it under 11 seconds for the first time since the previous pit stop. But Keenan's still quicker on that previous lap though, 59.6 compared to a 2-minute flat. Daniel Savini says his fastest lap is now a 59.2. Something has gone wrong there. I'm sure he hit a 59.0. Keenan being as low as a 59.1 so far. So despite it being 14 degrees, still keeping it sub 2 minutes. Still a bit of time to find to the quality times that they were setting. So yeah, this is going to get a lot faster. But at 2:30, excuse me, but at 2:30 AM local time. Still thinking the track might get a little bit colder as we get towards 3-4 o'clock. If it doesn't, then it should just start getting warmer. It's going to be a morning sunrise finish for the drivers. That's going to be a whole new kettle of fish to deal with when you've got the sun rising just over the trees, comes glaring through the window at certain points of the track. It does make it that little bit more interesting conditions wise. Margie G catching up to Svelberg ahead, might even get this done before the next round of pit stops. That penalty will see the TSR1 team drop a couple of spots. Melvin Eklund still out for the FRL's Porsche. 33rd position they've got themselves in at the moment, with Belletti just ahead there. Is Eklund there, sorry. Bellotti is the driver ahead, bit of a gap there actually. A bit bigger than I thought. Tobin in the Mercedes, still chasing down Kiko Gallo, and doing so pretty impressively now at the moment. In fact, let's go on the front. As we see the Ferris wheel in the background as they head through Anibant curves, the Mercedes closing in on the Porsche pretty handily. That's 0.6 of a second that gap is now down to. Cadiz with a white flag. Yeah, so an overtake on a back marker there. More blue flags. It's going to be thick blue flags right round the race for the remainder. Wegman getting the overtake done. Let's see if we can catch that one on the replay. I think we can. The RNM flat out car ahead, floundering again ever so slightly out of the Casio triangle. Extra bump on the curve. See the back of the car almost lifting over there. The driver having to compensate and let the car drift inwards ever so slightly, but the Aston all of the run, it looks for the inside line eventually. Heavy on the brakes, the Ferrari certainly had ambitions of retaking the position by the corner exit. But the Aston very handily getting that one done. So that's Wegman up to 7th position. Yannick Plus, the driver, ahead of him. Long way to go before he catches there though. Alex Zakdal for FRL. Looking to get past Petaccio. Ferrari on Ferrari act. We'll see what Petaccio can do over the next lap. Because yeah, Zakdal is very, very, very quick at the moment. And in fact, yeah, regularly running sub 2 minutes at the minute. Wegman over the 2 minute mark. Sorry, Petaccio over the 2 minute mark. Zakdal there with 2 minute 0.8. Oh, much quicker on the way into the corner, but it's all about the corner exit from here and into the anti-bank curves once again, but it is still Petaccio. Holds on to a different line from the two drivers. In exactly the same car, but they're both still very much on point. Hayden Harter, you can see there in the background, only 1.4 seconds down on this battle. So he could find himself caught up to this one if these two keep this up at the moment. They can see the view that he's got of what's going on ahead of him through the Degnas. And under the bridge they both safely go. Daniel Savini back up to 3rd position. He is the holder of the fastest lap. I couldn't confirm. In fact, yes, we can if I do. Yeah, 59.0 is definitely the fastest lap he's got at the moment. That's not where I wanted to be. It's Alex Zakdal that we want to be on board with in the spoon. So much smoother, carries so much more momentum through the middle phase of the corner, but then on the exit, absolutely no problems whatsoever getting the power down. There's a drive-through for track limits. Oh, and Nino Tobin is facing completely the wrong way. Oh, all wrong on the kit. Oh, wow. We saw something similar, but not quite to that degree in qualifying. The back tyres, once you lose the back of the car and you try and adjust, they just bite at the wrong time for the driver, and that sees Tobin into the wall. Another 130R victim for the race, straight in to get that damage repaired. Hayden Harter. Oh, Van Thielen getting an overtake done there on the blue flags, coming charging back at the cars ahead. On board with Hayden Harter, though he's still got the two Ferraris battling ahead. It's still Petaccio ahead of Zakdal. 0.2 of a second though, really using those curves. And Harter here, number one plan is to focus solely on the road. It is so easy to get distracted by the back of a car ahead of you, never mind two cars. You see Harter is absolutely stepping up to the plate and joining in on this one. Bellio keen to join Keenan up at the front of the field and get that little bit closer. 9 seconds is now the gap between the two of them, so still going in Bellio's favour. He was slightly quicker than Keenan on that last lap. Oh, Giovannini. Oh no, sorry, he's on his way out of the pits. Why is that? So let me see if I can find out what's happened there. They have swapped drivers. Oh, clearing his drive-through. My apologies. GR Motorsport through the anti-band curves. They've had a couple of off-track excursions so far. Oh, and a bit of a stutter there, so we didn't actually get to see what happened. And in fact, Alex Zagdal has been overtaken, so I've missed that one watching the replay. Let's fingers crossed see if I can catch that one. So yeah, so it looked for all the world like Zagdal was going to get the move done on Petaccio, but Hayden Harter with very different ideas on that one. Gets a good exit out of Spoon. Goes to throw the car into 130R. Oh, and he's run deep then, so that's what caught him out. And he didn't want to gain from that, obviously. Looked, he slightly missed the brakes. I was just saying, you need to be careful that you pay full attention to the actual track itself instead of watching the cars ahead. And that very much looks like what happened there to Zagdal. Looking for the overtake himself, and he's not only lost the position, but he's gained another attachment to the back of his car. It's Jentel van Thielen for Zur Racing. They qualified in second place. A few penalties have seen them drop down the order, but they're certainly still in the hunt. Top 10 is on the cards for them for absolutely sure. Closed right in on the battle with Zagdal. Harter looking for a move on Petaccio. Now can he find the chink in the armour that Zagdal was unable to find? Zagdal much neater this time, but still not quite getting it right. Oh, and that's Van Thielen. Wow, right on that right-hand curve in there. That's surely going to be a track limit warning for the Zur Racing Ferrari driver. And we'll see if they receive a drive-through anytime soon. Still got plenty more drive-throughs to come. That is just the nature of endurance racing. That's Suzuka and Van Thielen so much quicker than Zagdal on the way through turn number 1. Not quite close enough to get the overtake done there, but if he'd have been a few 10-15 yards closer on the way in the braking zone, that certainly would have been a side-by-side situation for the two of them on the way through there. They've both come out completely unscathed. They've still got Hayden Harter trying to get past Petaccio ahead of them. Keenan has steadied that gap up at the front. In fact, he's just finished another lap, so he is less than a sector behind the cars in 10th place. Absolutely flying. He's just done a 59.8 compared to Bellio's 2-minute .3. So Keenan answering straight back as Bellio was closing the gap. Savini with a 2-minute .1. So Keenan is the fastest driver in the top 3 at the moment. Van Thielen looks to get past. Oh, that's a bit of contact there on the way out with the hairpin, and there might be a bit of contact on the way through 200R. They're still battling at this one absolutely willfully. Van Thielen has got the nose in front, and he has got that position taken. Let's get a look at this one from Helicam. And we should see this through the hairpin. Over Dunlop, both of them looking very planted and secure. Down the hill into the Degnas. On away they go. So let's see what happened there. Was just a bold move, or there was that was Carl Van Hoorn in the Mercedes getting out of the way, and we didn't see it. Wow, the replays really are on point again today. Thank you very much. But what we do know for sure, Van Thielen is ahead of Zagdal. Zagdal half a second down. Hayden Harter still behind Petaccio. So Petaccio has fended off all comers so far. Van Thielen's going to be getting involved in this one very soon, you feel. Josh Staffen trying to get past Marco Keddy still. Keddy, after the drive-through for track limits, sees them in 14th position. With Staffen only half a second back. That has massively closed the gap and put Keddy under some unnecessary pressure there. Staffen is pretty handy behind the wheel of that Aston. Hayden Harter, his teammate, also pretty handy behind the wheel of an Aston. I remember the first endurance race that Hayden Harter and David Macaretta took part in. They actually let their best friends vote on the car that they were going to drive. Ooh, and there is... Wow, look at Van Thielen already caught up to the back of this battle. He is peering in the back seat of Harter's Ferrari. This is going to be a fun one. He's the third car, and he is going to be going the fastest. We'll see what happens at the 130R. That double slipstream is going to see him getting a lot of extra pace into the corner. He really is going to have to work the brakes, and then at the Casio triangle. Very neat for all four cars making their way through there. Zakdal still very much in the frame here as well. As you can see him just in the foreground as Petaccio heads into 130R. Dab on the brakes, turn the car in. Oh yeah, all three cars. Ooh, Harter right out on the edge himself there. He's been keeping it nice and neat through there. Van Thielen thought about it into turn number one. Was that bit far back there? Has that compromised his exit in any way? Petaccio still hanging on to the spot. Oh, see the Honda just coming out of the pits there. I wondered why we're getting a yellow flag. It's a Honda coming out of the pits. Oh, Van Thielen, so much quicker. So much quicker through turn number one, but it is still a solid train of cars being led by Petaccio. And Van Thielen, definitely the quicker out of the four cars we can see in here. Well, of course, we've seen them up in second place. He'll be keen to get through as quickly as possible. Zakdal looking to take a position as well, if he can. Over Dunlop, we've got a yellow flag appearing. Mercedes into Spoon. Oh, too much rotation on the back of the car, and the tyres bite, kick the back end in the opposite direction completely. Two cars have to take a void action. He's got to hold his brakes to let more go through. So cars still struggling to keep a hold of the back. Still struggling to keep a hold of the back end. Gedman's driving makes all the ladies flustered. Is Dale on track today? Dale... Oh no, I should know who that is straight away. Remind me who Dale is, sorry. Oh, Derek Bruff! Yes. Yes, he will be out. He's in the car with Mark GG and James Williams, car 34. Sorry, it took me a second there, JR. I should have caught on to that one. But yeah, Derek Bruff, he will be out behind the wheel of car number 34 at some point. I don't think he's had a stint yet. He's maybe actually had the first stint. No, he's not been behind the wheel yet. Mark GG and James Williams have both driven. Dell still needs to drive. So yeah, he will still be making an appearance. Manuel Novak just served a drive-through penalty. 25th position back out of the pits. And yeah, all the action going on around them as well. That's Honda looking to unlap themselves. Tobin further down the order. Marco Keddy has been overtaken by Josh Staffen then. That overtake got done. We've got Van Thielen with another yellow flag there. Still behind Hayden Harter, who's still behind Petaccio. Bellio still closing in on Terence Keenan. That gap 7.4 seconds. Yep, 7.4 confirmed there across the line. Van Thielen still confirmed to be very close to this one. Yannick Plus just had an incident on the way into Spoon. Let's see what's happened here. Oh, the Ferrari. Wow. Not fully aware of what was going on there. The Ferrari radar malfunction, you would say, and that has cost Yannick Plus and MSR a whole lot of time and a position, as Cadiz has made it through for Tri-State. So that leaves Giovannini in 4th place for Vesta Sport, with Daniel Savini for Vesta Sport in 3rd. Oh, yep, we've got absolute side-by-side action here. Zagdal can't believe his luck as the battle's going on ahead of him. Petaccio has been overtaken by Hayden Harter. I think there's been a bit of contact between the two of them as Van Thielen tries to go round the outside of turn number 1, and he does indeed as he's followed through by Alex Zagdal, trying to do exactly the same thing, and he manages to keep the back of the Ferrari. But that is a solid overtake there, and it's Hayden Harter that finds himself up a position. So I'm not sure if there was a mistake was potentially made by Petaccio, because he does seem a bit far back here. Oh, that wasn't very settled. He's going to have had to massive amounts of lift there to keep that between the Mayo and the Mustard, and that has made that a very easy overtake. Oh, and there was a bit of contact, so that's what the yellow flag was for. And another bit of contact there. Two little taps on the rear, so just as we jumped on board, that was where we saw the car try go around the initiate the round the outside overtake that was completed through turn number 1. And that's all changing that little group then, as Petaccio now finds himself 3 of 4, with Hayden Harter now comfortably in the lead of this little group. He's got Van Thielen closing in on him still. Well, it's going to be a great battle between this lot all the way at the end. Marco Keddy has been overtaken by Josh Staffen, but has certainly not been left in his wake. Staffen just hanging on to that lead then, 6/10 of a gap he's got at the moment, while still trying to get past Giuffreda as well, as Terence Keenan still tries to hang on to the lead of the race. Bellio trying to catch up, and he's getting close, 7.8 seconds. The gap now is there with Savini and Giovannini for Vesta in 3rd and 4th. Cadiz gifted 5th position after Yannick Plus had a bit of a mistake or got caught up in someone else's incident on the way in. Ooh, and that's deep into turn number 1. The back tyres not looking the cleverest as far as grip goes at the moment. Let me just... Oh wow, still got 34 minutes left of his stint. Yeah, so still got a bit of time to deal with any damage on those back tyres. So easy to get a flat spot even in such cold conditions if the tyres lock up. Excuse me, and it really can make it an interesting end to the stint, even if you are only doing an hour on the tyres. Oh, and there is a drive-through for track limits. We're going to just get that on a soundboard, I think. It's Domenico Bellotti. He's had himself an off-track excursion, I believe this one on the exit to the Degnas. Oh, yep, he's breached the track limits there. He's tried to correct it. And then he's pulled over and let the blue flags through. So yeah, Bellotti picking up the penalty in the middle phase of the Degnas, just too far over onto that green Astro turf, and that is Astro Racing. Will be racing their way into the pits for a 27-second penalty, which is what a drive-through equates to around here usually. Alex Zagdal looking to get himself inside the top 10 if he can, as Petaccio ahead of him. Oh, as Van Thielen is ahead of Hayden Harter. Yeah, let's see if we can get a look at this overtake. There is the team car Ferrari just ahead of them. Oh, and another start. Oh my goodness me. As a commentator and broadcaster, we do like to remain very neutral when we see on-screen incidents. So I will wave the Swiss flag at the moment, but that was certainly... could be characterised as aggressive. Didn't seem to be enough room on the inside to put the Ferrari, but Van Thielen, not much in the way of chill at the moment, fires his way up to 8th position. Likely to be a penalty though, for overtaking off track. That was really right up on the inside. Harter doing well to keep the car between the Mayo and the Mustard. Van Thielen though is now the leader of the group that we've been watching battle away. So it is Van Thielen 8th place for Harter in 9th, Petaccio in 10th, and Zakdal in 11th position. Thomas Walsh, in fact, let me turn that down a bit. Just a quick reminder, someone did bring it up earlier in the chat, there is a known audio glitch on Assetto Corsa Competizione, unfortunately, which does sound something commensurate to a large backfire, a shotgun going off. So if you are listening to this on headphones, the fact that we're 3 hours into the race and we haven't had it yet does unfortunately mean we are due to have a large exploding sound come out of the game at some point in the unfortunately near future. So if you are using in-ear headphones, or indeed any type of over-ear headphones or any type of large subwoofer to listen to the race, it might be worth turning it down ever so slightly until we do get this inevitable audio glitch what has seemed to plague ACC for the last few updates. So yeah, again, if you're using headphones or any type of fancy subwoofer to listen to it, please do turn it down just a little bit, just in case, because yeah, we haven't had the audio glitch yet. Yet being the operative word. We will have it at some point during the race. Hopefully it's in the handover between myself and Christian, so it doesn't inflict on anyone. But yeah, just a quick warning to everyone watching at home. Nino Tobin in to serve the most recent drive-through penalty that's been handed out. Flashing the lights on the way out as well. But yeah, Tobin and Astro Racing, in the back of the Mercedes, looking lively there. That is the big killer as well. It's not so much, it's not just the losing of the time. With the track being so cold, those 27 seconds of moving at what must feel like a snail's pace to the engine in these cars, the tyres really do cool down. You come out of the pits and then you get into the double apex to turn number 1. All the fun of the fair can be had. We've got car penalties coming in for car 14, Van Thielen. Not a massive surprise that that penalty's gone his way, given the contact that we saw, but that is 5 seconds coming in. Car 787, that is the Honda of Henry Handy, the Remnant Racing car, picking up 20 seconds of penalties over that last stint there. So yeah, that's going to be a drop in position for them. Josh Staffen has certainly dropped off the attentions of Marco Keddy. That's now a 2.5 second gap that Staffen has managed to get for himself. Staffen, of course, one of the cars that started right from the back of the field, didn't set a quality time. I did say we should expect him to finish someplace in the top 15. We are 3 hours into the race. They're in 14th position. Of course, the other car that was looking to do the same, they've now got the same driver behind the wheel. He is an absolute weapon. It is Kieran Lopez. They too started at the back of the grid. They'd made up 21, 22 position, 19 positions, sorry, in the opening hour, and then put the car in the wall. In fact, they made up those positions in the opening 30 odd minutes. Like, they really did come out with a flyer, because they came into the pits with 35 minutes of the race gone. So yeah, the opening 35 minutes made up 19, 20 positions. They find themselves down in 23rd at the moment, but that's still a net gain of 16 positions from their starting spot, and they're looking to do more on that themselves. The big loser at the car losing out most, of course, the Gazelle Motorsport, a couple of their cars not having the best of starts. 26th place, they see themselves down. Craig Law back out on track after a cruel disconnect. See Simtech Racing now 37th position, certainly belays the pace that they've got on track, so expect to see them make up spots as the race comes to a conclusion, which is still 5 hours away. There is, that's right, you guessed it, a drive through for track limits. It's MSR Esports. After that, unfortunately, they did get caught up in an incident. A car spinning gave them a tap. It ironically straightened up the car that spun into them, and it sent them the wrong way and into the wall. And now Plus and the gang have got a drive-through penalty to contend with as well. That's going to put Wegman, Van Thielen, Hayden Harter, Alex Zagdal all up that position. Petaccio is going to make that spot up as well. Tirone. Ooh, now that's going to be closer. RNM. Purple burglar alarm. I can say that, but I can't say RNM. It's a bizarre one. Yannick Plus is on his way back out, so he will stay ahead of Tirone, but certainly Plus down to 11th position then. And he's just going to be looking to catch up to the back of Petaccio, who's certainly not been left behind by Zagdal in 9th. Harter is being left behind ever so slightly by Van Thielen, although will retake... Oh no, won't, sorry. Hayden Harter's been given 15 seconds. So yeah, sorry, the penalty's there, so Van Thielen will just stay out in front. Given that 10-second difference in the penalties. So that's worked in Van Thielen's favour. Might be in line for another penalty yet, though. We will see. The live stewards working their way through the incidents. Hasn't been a lot, certainly nothing overly egregious. Some elbows out, it's safe to say. Drivers going for it, but nothing overly crazy. It's the third round, of course, the FRL Endurance GT3 2024 calendar. A series of individual races that are tabulated expertly by one of James Williams' spreadsheets, sponsored, of course, by Coach Dave Delta, where you can experience seamless setup management with Delta. Perfect for a set, of course, of Competizione and iRacing players that are looking to optimise their performance. The Never Lift part of the app has been developed by some of the most experienced drivers and coaches in sim racing, and are guaranteed to take your driving skills to the next level. So get yourself over to SimGrid, get signed up to the Coach Dave Delta app, and yeah, take your driving in the right direction. Certainly a direction that FRL are heading in at the moment. That gap now back to 8 seconds. So Keenan certainly not being outpaced massively by Bellio. And in fact, 2/10 quicker than that. But Bellio is slightly more consistent on the quick side at the moment. Hence the gap down from 16 to 7 seconds. Got a few minutes left on the stint timers. 18 minutes left for Keenan. 22 minutes left for Bellio. So yeah, that 4 minutes, excuse me, could translate to an extra 2 laps almost. Given the pace that Bellio is showing, he's going to be cutting it close if he does try an extra 2. But could theoretically, the way things are, get that extra 2 laps in, and that could make all the difference in closing that gap just that little bit more. As we are approaching the 3-hour mark into the race. Oh, Gefreda just with a bit of a yellow flag there. I think he's just lost. Yeah, he has lost the position to Thomas Walsh on the way out of Spoon. Gefreda just having a little off-track moment, and that's left the door open for Walsh to wander on through. Oh yeah, it's completely missed the apex on the way in. That's going to massively compromise the exit speed. Oh, bit of contact on the way out, but the Simtech car does safely make their way through. Jerome Jongen looking for an overtake on Gefreda as well. He's got this one up the inside. That is a good move then. Gefreda still floundering after that Spoon exit. Couldn't get it done through 130R. Really lost a bit through the Casio triangle, and Jerome Jongen has said thank you very much. We're now at 3 AM local time, still 14-degree track temperature, so it really has held well. I did expect it, as I've said a couple of times. Expect it to dip down to potentially 11, 12 degrees, but 14 seems to be where it is going to settle. Can't see it getting any colder than that now. It should just be on the increase as we have A drive-through for track limit violations. That 12 that I suggested does seem to be a bit of a low ball offer there, Your Honour. As QRT Esports, as Daniel Blauwitz, who finds himself falling foul of the track limits, the fourth penalty for the car, and that is an extra 27 seconds onto their running time by virtue of a slow drive through the pits. And of course, the extra detriment of cooling those tyres drastically before the cars come into the double apex turn number 1. Cars up at the top starting to come into the pits as Daniel Savini making his way in. For Vesta Sport, still the fastest car on the track for that 1 minute 59.000. Will drop a couple of positions as Giovannini's teammate comes through. Chris Cadiz out of the final corner, just making his way past Walsh. And the battling battling QRT car, although their battle is continuing on with Jafreda right in the thick of this battle as well. And Cadiz is out behind Barbary, out ahead. So good slick turnaround. He's coming just in front of this battle. That could not have been better timed, to tell you. If they did that deliberately for track position, that is absolutely bang on. Another 1/10 of a second, and they find themselves in a 6-way battle for 2 positions in 2 different parts of the grid. My little brain almost exploded there. But yeah, multiple blue flags, and there's 2 battles for position in there, but Carlo Barbary and the Vesta Sport team playing an absolute blinder on the pit stop to get themselves back out ahead of the battling cars that they've got there. Keeps them a lap up on them as well, so great pit stop there by them. As you can see, there's a lot of cars. That's Jerome Jongen in 18th position that's right in this, trying to get past Walsh. That's one of the overtakes that's going on there. Gallo on Landolfi. Jafreda is in this battle as well. There's a couple of the cars just getting themselves out of the way. Don't want to hinder any of the battles going on ahead. Van Thielen's involved in this one as well. As you can see, he's right in there as well. So this is quite the collection of cars, and again, an absolutely worldy of a pit stop there by Barbary and his teammate to get Vesta Sport back out in front. And yeah, one of the quicker, but 31.5 seconds. We've seen them down as low as 31.1. Oh no, sorry, 30.5 for Tironi. Wow, that was a quick turnaround. Yannick Plus with a 29.2. That's because that was a drive-through. So sorry, 29 seconds is a drive-through. Not 20 seconds, it's 2 seconds worse than I've intimated. Yeah, Yannick Plus losing 29.2 seconds. After that last drive-through, so that is yeah, Alex Zagdal with a couple of yellow flags. I'm slightly confused by that. Let me just see if there is actually an incident. Oh no, this is the Honda. That's not Alex Zagdal's car, he's not even near this. Sorry, my apologies. We've got Alex Zagdal's car number attached to this. Oh, he maybe drove past the Honda there. 130R. Oh, and a drive-through for track limits. I know that's the sister car. Sorry, it's Justin De Jong, Gazelle Motorsport. It really is going for bad to worse from them so far this race. Definitely a huge learning experience for the team. Kieran Lopez looking to improve. He's got Sergio Osorio in front of him. What a battle this is for 22nd place. Sergio Osorio versus Kieran Lopez for 22nd place. Ladies and gentlemen, race fans, young and old, may I present to you the joys of endurance racing. Two of the quickest out there, and they're battling out for 21st, although Sergio seems to be slightly off his pace at the moment in the BMW. Definitely over the 2-minute mark for the lap times. I'm sure he'll be hurried along somewhat by Lopez behind. They've got one of the SimTech cars They've just gone past as well. Through the Dennis, look how much quicker through that middle phase that Audi is. Absolutely destroys the gap on again on the exit. The BMW doing all of the running. De Jong comes in to serve that drive-through as the SimTech car tries to unlap itself in the middle of a battle for position. That is a brave, brave move. I'm going to be honest, at first glance I would say the stewards are going to frown heavily upon everything that we're seeing on screen at the moment. If you have the pace, you can of course unlap yourself, but it's the same if you're lapping a car as unlapping yourself. If there's a battle going on, you kind of do need to respect that and bide your time there, and that is a drive-through being cleared. That could be a track limit. Sergio Sorio will be breathing a huge sigh of relief, and I imagine there is flames coming out of the ears of Kieran Lopez at the moment. Has been unlapped. It's Craig Law, who is of course one of the quicker cars. We've seen him up in 15th position, maybe not the most timely unlapping, but certainly keeping the car ahead at the moment. The only real upside there is that Audi will get some slipstream along the start-finish straight, as we can see as Sorio moving out the way to give neither car any slipstream. Leeson comes in to the pits for Taylor Motorsports. They're in from 29th position, still plenty of time for the drivers up at the front before they need to come into the pits. Alex Zakdal looking to get an overtake here if he can. It's Hayden Harter who is ahead, and is that Cadiz going off track? I think it is. Cadiz having all kinds of problems there through Spoon, and that's invited these two very much into a turn one battle. In fact, it might even be a Casio triangle battle, as Hayden Harter won't waste any opportunities to get an overtake done if he can. None of the drivers will. Oh, it's a good run through Spain. Oh, it's a better run by Zakdal and Harter there. Cadiz, all at sea is Zakdal. Goes to send it up the inside through the Casio triangle. Harter just keeps it between the mayo and the mustard, and it's going to be Cadiz breathing a huge sigh of relief there. He's absolutely been massively let off the hook there. His mistake really should have let Harter through the door. He managed to fend him off. Harter lost that momentum and now finds himself behind Zakdal once again. Not only that, it's Jafreda who's being hurried along. Of course, Jafreda in 18th being chased along by, oh no, Jongen into the pits. Ignore that. Jafreda's being chased by more blue flags. So the overtake's still coming thick and fast there. Cadiz making the mistake and Harter losing the position. So incredible battle, and it's another one of these golden rules that I've made up. As someone that's taken part in one endurance race, I feel fully qualified to make these statements. Ahem. Sarcasm, in case anyone didn't understand, didn't get that one. But yeah, top three rules. Make it to the end. Every decision must be centred around making it to the end. That depends when you overtake, when you pit, everything. Rule number 2. Spend as little time in the pits as possible. Oh, he's going for a big look up the inside. Hayden Harter's going to try and follow him through. Cadiz is going to lose 2 positions in the hairpin, potentially on the exit. Nope, he's going to hang on to it. Harter couldn't quite get the rotation and acceleration he needed. Cadiz holds on to 7th place for the moment. Oh no, 8th place, sorry. Zakdal did get through. Sorry, yes, what am I talking about? He did make the overtake. I'm getting myself that distracted by my own rules of endurance that I did miss it. Yeah, let's watch this one again. So he does get this overtake done here, sorry. Oh, and just as we've gone to the replay, Harter has got ahead of Cadiz. But anyway, rule number 3, the golden rules of surviving an endurance race, is learn how to interact successfully with the rest of the traffic. And that is definitely something that a couple of drivers are managing to do at the moment. On the way under the bridge, of course, it's going to run out just as we get to the overtake. Why wouldn't it? The 1 minute timer is completely broken. Oh, full send up the inside and does make that one stick very nicely indeed. Oh, Jafreda facing the wrong way, completely on the way out with the Casio triangle. So survived 130R. That is Cadiz just ahead. Goes for a look up the inside. Right on the inside, loses momentum on the way out and is going to inevitably, I think, take contact from the RNML car. He was up the inside. Oh, and that is a painful one for Jafreda and the FMP Italia team. They've now dropped back down the order. Kiko Gallo's come into the pits to take another pit stop for the Eagles team. The Eagles Esport team. It's absolutely wild just now at the moment. Terence Keenan, 9.9 seconds up the road. So while all this is going on, he has stretched that gap back out. Giovannini still in third place with teammate Barbary back out behind the wheel in fourth. Van Thielen in fifth. Wegman for Holdfast in sixth position. Zakdal in seventh. Hayden Harter is in eighth place for the moment with Cadiz and Petaccio rounding out the top 10. Yannick Plus outside the top 10 but going quicker than the three cars ahead of him at the moment in 11th. Then it is Handy, Staffen, Keddy, Miatini and Long 12th through 16th with Walsh, Landolfini, Gifreda and Lopez rounding out the top 20. We'll stay on board with Hayden Harter. Very quick pit stop for myself. But yeah, let's stay on board with this one. Back in a mo. There is Martin Ulrich actually been in and out with the pits. Quick pit stop there for the Holdfast team. Back out in 11th place. Handy just behind. So he's closed that gap. Petaccio still closing in on Cadiz. The cameraman really struggling to keep up with the action, much like myself. Marco Keddy. Oh, Handy. There's been a contact between Handy and that was one of the Gazelle cars. So let's see what's happened here then. We'll go into Helicam again so we can get a proper look at the action. Again, sorry, apologies for the quality during the replays. I'm not sure what's going on. Wow. Oh, he went for a send up the inside, lost the back of the car. But yeah, I would say that if anyone's going to get a slap on the wrist for that one, it's probably going to be Handy there, unfortunately for him. He was the car, much like on the driving on the roads. If you're driving on the track, if you make contact with a car in front of you, it's very much your fault. As I'm sure every insurance company in the world will happily tell you. Oh, going for it again. Petaccio looking to get right back involved. It looked like he was outgunned massively, if we're being honest. He was really struggling for pace. He's not at the moment, though, as he goes around the outside on the way into the anti-ban curves. Doesn't make it stick. He's certainly probably he's put two wheels on the grass. He's unsettled the car. That's surely going to bring the Simtech car right back into this as well. In fact, the Simtech car behind him now, Craig Law, has got back past Petaccio, still trying to get past Cadiz, as Hayden Harter is still trying to get past Alex Zakdal. As we can see, this is the battle for 6th position. Great battle between these two. Again, Zakdal, another driver, it looked like he just didn't quite have the pace to keep up with the cars ahead. But certainly with all their floundering, it's got that thing back in front, and the FRL Ferrari fending off Harter for the moment. My apologies for the lazy enunciation there. Oh, and we've got one of the Shivo brothers, no yellow flag, he's just leaving the pits. Over Vergao, that's a brave one through 130R as Gazelle Motorsport go up the inside. That's surely too late on the brakes. It is massive cut on the corner. That's going to be a track limit violation. And yeah, an overtake as well, so I think Gazelle will give that position back. Certainly if they don't, it could, well, it will increase any potential penalty that they will receive for overtaking off track. So we'll see what the stewards say about that one. Chris Gedman, 35th position, back behind the wheel. And very close, in fact, to Craig Law. So Law wasn't the Simtech Ferrari that I saw involved in that battle, because he's involved in this one. Oh, Van Hoorn again off track. The Mercedes really not at home, and it's turn one again on the way in. No one else near either. Nobody coming out with the pits. Oh, that's a violent turn in. Yep, that is what we class as a very violent turn in. And that has massively unsettled the car. We've got more pit stops coming in. There's Landolfi coming into the pits to get his pit stop served. And the race leader, Terence Keenan, has come in. He's done the opening 3 hours of the race so far. So we'll see who comes out this time. Of course, he's got Christoph Stachecki and Rafa Campos ready to take stints behind the wheel as well. And it is Campos behind the wheel. Let's see where they come back out. Wow, they're going to come back out in second place. These top two have really separated themselves from the rest of the field, it's safe to say. Yeah, that's an incredible drive. Back out in second. Giovannini just pulls into the pits, in fact. Let's see. Oh yeah, Barbari's not long out, so back up to third. Well, Vestasport are going to hold on to third place. It's just going to be a different car this time. Oh, and we've got another incident. We've got another couple of incidents. This one, another spoon victim by the look of it. Oh, now that is a strange one. What on earth is going on there? So Astro Racer, looks like they're having some kind of connection issue at the minute. Yes, they are. Oh, and we've got a drive through. No, it's a stop go 32nd. It's Simone Savini, second. Stop go 32nd penalty for speeding in the pit lane. Wow, Schiebel ahead with a drive through. Savini won't take the position because they've got a stop go 32nd. Jafreda in the pits is Adam Gardner and Adam Long. Both exit the pits. Petaccio is in the pits from inside the top 10. Giovannini stayed out. Petaccio already moving. It's Andrea Alfonsi back behind the wheel. Let's see what's going on with Hayden Harter and Alex Zakdal. Still only 3 tenths separating these two. Again, cameraman struggling to keep up. Rafa Campos is out now. We did a bit of maths in Bellio. Excuse me, I figured had enough time to squeeze another couple of laps. So yeah, might stay out for another few. Might stay out for another couple and try and maximise the amount of track time. It was a fairly equally matched battle between Bellio. It's now Campos. Campos is out behind the wheel. We'll see if Bellio stays out behind the wheel. Harter at the moment staying in 6th position and staying out on track as well. In fact, let's do a bit of investigation on that one. 2 minutes 27 seconds left, so will be coming in at the end of this pit stop, the end of this lap. Chase Gordon is out for the TSE Racing Project D car. There is Cadiz coming in to the pits. Oh, and that's the which car was that? That wasn't Sven Korving, he's out. Tice Payne there bouncing all the way down. It was Manuel Novak, sorry. It was Manuel Novak bouncing down that pit lane there. Simone Savini back out after serving the stop with 32nd, 24th position. Jerome Jongen looking for an overtake at the close of this stint as well. It's Lopez ahead into 130R. Both of them survive. Yes, they do. Oh, bit of a wiggle there from Jongen, but he certainly carried a lot more pace on the exit to that corner. Closed right up on the Audi. We'll see if we've got anyone else coming into the pits. These two are definitely both staying out though. They've got the Astons ahead. It's Jerome Jongen that's got all that slipstream in the world as the head into turn number 1. The Audi really quick in a straight line though. And Jongen, despite the slipstream, not quite able to get close enough, although so close through that middle corner. Look how much more pace and momentum the Ferrari is able to carry through turn number 1. So yeah, certainly a position where Jongen could look to capitalise if he can get a Casio triangle that he needs. That is going to be the big question. Ooh, big wiggle there. Good rotation through Dunlop. No mistakes at Dunlop so far, which given what I saw at the last race I presided over at Suzuka, a bit of a surprise to say the least. And in fact we will have Mr. Romano joining us pretty soon, so I should probably jump into the commentary box. Sorry, bear with me a moment. There we go, all set for Christian's arrival. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to... Oh, Jongen's having a look at this one in the Casio triangle. He needed the Casio exit and he's got it done on the way in. What a move that was. It certainly takes two to tango. And Jerome Jongen getting the two-step absolutely spot on there. I did say I thought it would be Casio triangle exit that would be the defining factor at turn number 1 on the next lap. It looks like it's on the way in. The Audi right out on the edge really didn't have any momentum on the way through, and Jongen with a brave move up the inside. The Audi sort of come and stayed out of the way. And yeah, that is Jongen up a position. Yil Aleman is out behind the wheel of the car. There he is there. He's instantly involved. Oh no, that's one of the back markers, but that's Aleman back out behind the wheel for MSR Esports. They've just taken another pit stop and they've got that drive-through still to serve. Now, was that another drive-through that popped up while we were watching the replay? Because I was under the impression that you can't take a pit stop if you have a drive-through. If you have a drive-through penalty, can you then come in and take a pit stop, swap driver, come out, and then come back in and do the drive-through if it's within 3 laps? I was under the impression that when you had a penalty, you had to come in and serve it. I could be mistaken. So it's either the same penalty hanging over their head, or it is a second penalty which has been accrued. But yeah, we'd be surprised if that was the case. Yeah, so we've got confirmation on that. We've got another incident as well for Lopez. It's certainly been an interesting race for Lopez and the team at the minute. They're sitting back up 21 positions from where they started, but again through Spoon. Oh, and the car ahead as well, in fact. So that's Cody Besselink. Wow, so two cars, one after another. Ooh, and that's a close one there. You can see the Audi in the background sliding sideways. Oh, just making the way through. That's one drive-through cleared as another one is picked up. Adam Long for Pro League. They've got themselves a drive-through for track limits as well. And there is another one for De Broer. Back up to 7th position for Zur Racing and a drive-through penalty. That is a second penalty for them. Wow, what a race this has been. Absolutely incredible. Penalties left, right and centre. Certainly I did think we would see a barrage of penalties in the closing hour, but certainly not this many in the opening 3.5 hours. We're almost at the halfway mark of round number 4. And what a round it's been so far. Ulrich looking to get an overtake done on Melker Garby, and in fact makes that one look very easy. Garby with him through Spoon. And yeah, Martin Ulrich with an uncontested move there. Garby down into 6th, Ulrich up to 5th position. With more pit stops on the horizon. De Broer is going to be coming in, I think, on this lap to get the pit stop, get that drive-through done. There's Long in the pits to get his drive-through taken. Yep, and De Broer straight into the pits as the Audi retakes that lap. Lopez with that incident that we just saw, still out on track in 18th place. A bit further down the field, racing for Taylor Motorsports find themselves in 29th position with Marco Vergao, the team car involved in a couple of incidents themselves. Currently in 30th place overall, 3rd in the ARM standings. With one of the Savinis. Now we know we've got two brothers racing for Simtech. Is there any relation between Daniel and Simone Savini? Does anyone know at Vesta Sport? Oh no, sorry, Savini. What am I talking about? Savini, 3rd place. 4th place in the ARMS, sorry. It's Alfonsi that's leading the way in the ARMS. I'm looking in completely the wrong place. RNM Flat Out Esports, they're Ferrari leading the way in the ARMS with Chase Gordon in 2nd place and Gardner in 3rd. For Remnant, the Honda, we've seen them unfortunately facing the wrong way a couple of times as well. Not the best for their race, but still running 15th overall, and as I say, 3rd in the ARM standings. Oh, Chris Cadiz facing completely the wrong way, and so Sasa Miatini. Chris Cadiz, let's see what's happened on the way into the hairpin here. Oh, big double contact. And Cadiz left facing the wrong way. It looks like he's struggling to get the car started. Yeah, he was. The car would not start. It almost beats in a minute. It did start. It's given him a 90-degree spin in completely the wrong direction. That is Cadiz down into 12th position for Tri-State. So it's still all happening, and up at the front, I'll tell you, the gap has, while all that's been going on, Rafa Campos trying to get through the traffic, and the gap between himself and the Chira has absolutely tumbled. It's now less than 5 seconds. Federico Landolfi in chat. Forza Vesta. Good to see Vesta and the teams getting so much support. And yeah, Federico, I'm guessing that you've been doing some driving as well. We've seen you out on track, so yeah, good stints so far. Campos really nailing that entrance. The Chira though, nailing it ever so slightly better. The Ferrari looking to catch up, going to get a bit of slipstream from one of the back markers ahead, but that gap now 4.4 seconds separating the lead. Adam Long, in fact, who's just out of the pits himself after serving a penalty, finds himself just behind Kieran Lopez. In fact, is going to have a look at an overtake on the way into Spoon. And, oh no, sorry, that's blue flag. That's David Macaretta going past. Long was close to Lopez, but he's backed out of it ever so slightly to let Macaretta through. Macaretta just about getting past, just sneaks in front in time for 130R. You can see the flames absolutely firing out the side of that car there. And that is, yeah, 18th, just hanging on to the... Kieran Lopez, sorry, the Audi just ahead. Another one of the cars that's made up a spectacular amount of places. Ian Thompson, it's blue flag simulator, not AC. There is a constant blue flag parade. Yeah, it's safe to say that every part of the track has got some form of blue flag action on the go. And Nachira and Alfonsi on fire. They are indeed. Alfonsi most definitely is moving quickly, so too though Nachira. Definitely moving faster than Campos ahead. It is safe to say that gap now down to 3.7 seconds. As James Williams exits the pits. Chris Gedman, you can see there, out on track as well. Abu Said coming into the pits for RNM flat out there. Mercedes got 15 seconds to serve in this pit stop as well. Carl Van Hoorn, the Mercedes, really hasn't had a good go of this one at all. Down 11 positions after a couple of spins and incidents. The back tyres really not enjoying the Suzuka outing today, that is for sure. Niels Forthusen is behind the wheel for Gazelle once again. Oh, and there's another drive-through for track limits. It's Virgo. Marco Virgo for Team Car, drive-through for track limits. I'm going to say that's the dozen being reached and breached. As Lopez goes past Long. And it is the Audi ahead. Oh, the BMW looking for a move up the inside. That's going to be very close. That's the inevitable contact we were expecting there. And that is the race leader. It's almost caught up as the BMW is all over the place there. Wow. And that is the wrong replay that I've brought up. No, I'll tell you what, we can watch this from Campos' perspective. So you can see Campos in forbidden chase car and then flash into the lights furiously. Oh, the contact goes on. Wow. So close to contact there. A lot of fragmentation on the screen. Apologies. But yeah, Campos there almost collected by the battle going on ahead of him. Adam Long is the car in 17th position now ahead of Kieran Lopez. That battle not going to die down anytime soon, you get the feeling. Virgo still got that penalty to serve. I would say just exiting the pits for another stint. Virgo in the pits for a pit stop. Verthusen trying to get past, and in fact I think he has got past. Yes, he has, past Blauwitz. So that is an overtake done there. Van Hoorn making overtakes while the car's in the pits as well, so that's another spot back for them. Most importantly, still got 39 cars that started the race, all still running. Chris Jones for a long smile down at the back of the grid at the moment, with Rafa Campos in the lead of the race, but for how much longer? Not long into the stint. Oh no, sorry, 47 minutes in, my apologies. A bit of false fake news there. Oh no, I'm right, he's got 47 minutes left of the stint. He's only, yeah, 47 minutes left of the stint, and there's 1.8 seconds separating the top two. Wow, this race is going to be coming back to life again, up at the front very, very, very soon indeed. see. That one's not for me, so that's fine. Yeah, but that's all fine. Sorry, just checking some technical stuff. There we go. And we are still up and running. Excellent. Hey Dan! How we doing? Good evening, good afternoon as it is in your part of the world. How's the race going? Great to see yourself and Mr. Macaretta behind the wheel. I actually mentioned you earlier. I was talking about the fact that your first ever endurance race is. You got let your friends vote for the car. And yeah, it's been a solid increase in improvement. Another top 10 on the cars, but we've got a battle for the race lead on our hands as Rafa Campos now finds himself only 8 tenths ahead of Nachira. 1.1 seconds quicker on that last lap was Nachira. It's now Campos under serious pressure into Spoon. As yeah, 3:40 AM, you can see the clouds starting to clear ever so. Now we're getting a bit more sunlight through. There's less and less sunlight between the top two, though. That's a tenth of a second separating them. Out with Spoon, and they're going to go side by side. He's going to try and close the door and make sure he's got 130R, which he does. And Nachira is going to potentially think about a cutback here. Brave place to do so. He knows he's quicker. He's just going to let this build for another lap. You do feel that this is Nachira's lead to take at the minute, as he is looking again quicker and better on the brakes. Two Ferraris battling out up at the top with two BMWs chasing them down. 3 hours 32 minutes gone, 4:28 to go, and the top two separated by 3/10 of a second. The Nachira just popping out the slipstream ever so slightly into turn number 1. We're 104 laps in for these two, and out of turn number 1 they come, both very neatly done. Yep, still the two. Oh, into the Degness. Both cars really on those curves. Let's see where Nachira decides to pounce again. Definitely the quicker of the two at the minute. A second quicker than Campos on that previous lap. He's going to try and sail it round the outside at the hairpin. No joy there into 200R. Beautiful scenes on the way into Spoon. Still no sign of any rain. There is certainly a possibility of some precipitation before the end of the race. I'm sure the driver's not as excited at that prospect as the commentary team and the viewers, but it is definitely on the cards. Let's see if we do get any. See when we start getting an increase in the track temperature as well. Again, can't see it dropping any lower than it currently is. Both cars right up on those exit curves once again. 104 laps deep and only 2/10 separating the top two. Oh, and again the Nachira, quite a few cars we've seen really on the inside of that left-hand curve on the exit to the Casio, or in the middle phase of the Casio triangle. We'll see if that does rack up the penalties. There's been a bit of a subsidence in the drive-throughs being handed out. It's a third of the field at least have found themselves a drive-through, and it's made for an interesting dynamic at this stage. David Macaretta still closing in on Alfonsi. Alfonsi was moving at a fair clip himself, but Macaretta certainly neutralising any pace difference between the two of them and looking for an overtake if they can. Willie AEM, Francisco Sigetti. Is Sigetti out on track? Oh, car's floundering through the hairpin there. Yeah, I can't. Am I? Sorry, bear with me a second. Am I? Is Francesco Sacchetti in the race? Or is it? No, can't see. Just a reference to the team. Tell you, when you feel like you're having an allergic reaction to your allergy pills, you know that something may have gone wrong, ever so slightly. Definitely not going wrong in the race for these two though. Let's get, which car do we want to go for? A bit on board, we'll get a bit of helmet car. Yeah, get a good listen to the Ferrari engines. It's more laps done and dusted. We've got, well, 44 minutes left of Nachira's stint, so this battle is not going to go away anytime soon for Campos. He's going to have to absolutely defend for everything he's worth. Oh, through the anti-band curves again. Nachira definitely looking the more planted in the Campos using everything in his arsenal to fend off these attacks. We've got Alfonso and Macaretta still within 0.4 of a second as well. Down the hill of the Degnes, over that curve. Beautiful control by Nachira. Quick flick on the traction control. Oh wow, for ignoring stint timer, Lewis Robinson. Wow. Oh, Simtech, they've literally missed that by seconds. That is a heartbreaker. Let's see if we can actually get confirmation on how far over his timer he's gone. No, it won't actually change that while we're in the pits. Yeah, dive through. As we've got a penalty coming in as well for Hoofs. Who's back behind the wheel of the Gazelle Motorsport car. 5 seconds have been given to them. Drive-throughs and penalties, certainly the story of the day. Turn Schiebel looking to close in on Sperla, who's behind the wheel of FMP Italia car. That could be a right ding-dong battle that's brewing there as well. These, the Ferrari and the McLaren, set to go at it. Schiebel definitely down a few positions after serving a penalty, so this could be a fairly quick overtake. Unlike this one up at the front, Rafa Campos fends off Nachira for another lap. Only 22 to go, or 20 to go before they come back into the pit. Slightly less than that for Campos after a slightly different stint timer. 4 hours 20 minutes to go, so we've got 20 minutes until the halfway mark of the race. And we'll see where we are at. As you say, we've got about 40 minutes left, 35, 40 minutes left. These two drivers stint timers, so this one is going to be decided one way or another on track. We'll see who comes into the pits first and if they're in lead. Oh, that's a mistake through the Degnes. Campos has made a mistake. There's a chink in the armour, and that has let Mattia Nachira through up into first place. What a race this has been for quite a few of the teams. Slightest of misjudgments here through the Degnes for Campos, and that has put Nachira and RNM flat out into the lead of the race. We'll see what type of gap he can open up over Campos. That has been a long time the FRL car has been in the lead, since about 8 laps in, maybe 9 laps in. Another couple of yellow flags. This is the Eagles eSport car. Oh, it's another one through the Degnes. Just running a bit wide there, catching some gravel on the way out. Flashing the lights from the R&M flat out Mercedes looking to unlap themselves. We also had oh, that's Miller, sorry, into the pits. I'm not sure why that's showing that. But that is a drive-through. Yeah, so drop a position there. Gardner's got 15 seconds of penalty. Lopez with 15. Sperla with 10 seconds. Daniel Blauwitz just running foul of the track limits on the exit to 130R there. Really needs to be careful. Definitely don't want any more penalties. Although a long way to go to avoid them, that is for sure. But Blauwitz just making a bit of a mistake through 130R. Does survive. Simone Savini looking to get past Corving in the FRL. The two BMWs battling it out for 22nd place at the moment. Savini not long out of the pits after a penalty themselves. And looking to get this one done handily into turn 1 if possible. We've got Nico Veldman still in the back of Chase Gordon. TSE versus FRL. Looks like Macaretta, TSE teammate, still in 8th position. Just behind Alfonsi. So yeah, R&M flat out. They've got Andrea Alfonsi in 7th position in the Chira. Up in first, Macaretta might have something to say about that 7th place though. Very quickly through the Casio triangle once again. Macaretta on fire at the moment. But Alfonsi is, yeah, fending him off. A few flashes of the lights there by Macaretta, trying to distract his opponent ahead. A wily campaigner is Macaretta in the team. They've got quite the depth in drivers. Beautifully done by both drivers. Macaretta just apexing that at the last moment there. Gets the car rotated and gets that exit on the go. Still in 8th place, and I tell you, Nachira has well worth that race lead already. 2.4 seconds up the road against Campos. Well, this race really is going to be a race of two halves. No one that was in the no one that was in the top two in the opening hour of the race is in there now. The opening 8 laps, sorry, because of course FRL did take the lead early doors, but yeah, Nachira outside the top two for most of that. Vestas Sport, they've got Carlo Barbary behind the wheel. They were the car long-time race leaders along with Zure Racing, who now find themselves well down the order. Down in 9th position for De Brouwer. Another pit stop they've had as well for a drive-through. But they're still at 9th place at the moment. Miatini is behind them, and so too Gilles Aleman closing in. Cadiz after that penalty back out for Tri-State in 12th position. Nico Veldman in 14th is closing in on Chase Gordon. Gordon doing a fairly astute defensive job at the moment. Terrible rear wing on that one, so let's go to that one. Oh wow, that is huge. Marco Zaccari for Vestas Sport picks up a drive-through for track limits. Just towards the end of lap 109. Not sure what happened there. Oh yeah, another car exiting the pits for some reason. Getting a yellow flag. Derek Bruff behind the wheel. Looked like a fairly solid pit exit there. Yeah, safely looks at other cars too, no problems there. But Zaccari definitely got problems. We've seen, I think the quickest drive-through we've seen so far is 29.2 seconds. Yeah, all the drive-throughs pretty much bang on 29.2 seconds, a couple of 29.4s and 30 seconds as well, but yeah, 29.2, definitely the quickest that we've seen so far. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly Zakari can get through the pits. In fact, we'll keep an eye on that. Look at the gap between the Cheery. The Cheery really is on fire. 5.4 seconds is the gap he's now given himself over Campos. Only just recently got that overtake done. So really putting Campos to the sword. Let's see if Zakari comes in on this lap. Yep, get the drive-through out of the 29 seconds of cold tyres. Excuse me, and then straight into the double apex turn number 1. What could be difficult about that? Says the man hiding behind the microphone. Savini, no hiding at the moment for Savini. Still trying to get the move done on Corving. Corving defending willfully at the moment. There is Daniel Blauwitz into the pits with Abu Said just making an overtake as well. Right on the back of Chris Gedman. Oh no, Gedman's still ahead, so my apologies, Chris. Yeah, still the lead car in this little train that's going on. Abu Said looking very quick though. After the Merc served a penalty, back out on track, the Porsche driver keeping a middle line there. That's going to compromise the exit though. The Porsche having a bit of a wiggle. The Mercedes looks to go round one way as 26th. Oh, and that's an unfortunate contact there between the two of them, but they've got 26th place. That's Conway, who's just sailed his way through as well. The Mercedes trying to make a fortuitous position if possible. Nothing doing at the moment. So yeah, Gedman holding on to it ever so slightly. But Abu Saad definitely looking quick there behind as the 26th sailed their way through. Blue flag parades, blue flags and penalties. That's what it's all about at the moment. Alfonsi was being caught by Macaretta. That gap now 1.6 seconds, and in fact Alfonsi directly on the back of Zakari. So yeah, more positions looking to change up and down the order. Oh, and that's a big rotation there. You could hear those tyres absolutely squealing as there is more blue flags waved. Alfonsi and Zakari both catching up comfortably to the car ahead. I'll see if Barbary actually, I'm keeping an eye on that. Barbary seems to be lapping about the same pace as Campos, so the two of them are going to be getting very much left behind. Alfonsi into the Casio triangle. He needs to get a good exit here if he's going to have a hope into turn number 1. The car ahead is going to be getting some slipstream as well from the QRT car that they're currently bearing down on. So we'll see who comes out on top. Yeah, Alfonsi nowhere near close enough into turn 1. The BMW getting the exit of exits there. Ooh, and Alfonsi drifting ever so slightly wide. That's a lot of momentum lost there, trying to turn the car back in and re-find that apex. Doesn't lose too much time, of course, coming to a very twisty part, or the twistiest part of the track. So easy to lose it through here. They've got that QRT car just ahead of them. And big rotation there again, up through Dunlop. QRT car leading these two, battling away, lights flashing by both cars, trying to distract one another and let the car ahead know that they want to make their way past. Through the Degnas and under the bridge, it's the BMW being chased still by the Ferrari. And we do have another incident that's just popped up there as well. Just a yellow flag. Oh no, that is something going on there. There's a double yellow flag. One of the Simtech cars carrying damage from the corner before. Oh, and there we go. More penalties coming in. This is for car number 35. Which is the Audi of Lopez. Yeah, so causing a collision, 20 seconds. Now, I'm not sure if they'll serve it on, if they were in the, if the penalty was, no, it wasn't. So they'll need to serve it on the next stop. This car has absolutely got the pace to be fighting for top 10, if not top 5 honours. But between penalties and a couple of mistakes, it really has hampered their charge for top spot honours. They're definitely going to be a team to watch for the rest of the series. I mean, let's be under absolutely no illusions. There is still a whole lot of racing still to come. This is only round number 4. We've got Red Bull Ring, Nordslife, Watkins Glen, 10 hours of Zolder. We've got Laguna Seca, and of course finishing off at Kailami. It is an absolutely phenomenal calendar that's been put together for the coach Dave Delta Endurance GT3 2024 series. And yes, Suzuka living up to all the hype of the moment. Bear with me a second. Okay, yep, Christian will be here very shortly. Yeah, I think it'll just about take us into the halfway mark. Oh, 2-1-8, picking up a penalty, 15 seconds for causing a collision. Now that's up near the front of the field. Oh no, sorry, my apologies, that's 2-1-2. That's Seal Alaman, get my car numbers incorrect. It's Long. Adam Long, Pro League Racing. Find themselves with a 15-second penalty. Macaretta and Alfonsi, what a battle this is going on. As yeah, Alfonsi, Macaretta and Zakari are all going at it. Alfonsi still has Zakari dropping a couple of positions in after that penalty. And now finds themselves behind Macaretta and Alfonsi. That is quite the collection of names for a commentator to get through, especially if you have as Scottish roots as I do. Very little Italian in my genetic makeup, has to be said. Alfonsi, Macaretta and Zakari certainly putting the enunciations to the test at rapid fire pace. Alfonsi holding on to 6th position and the lead of the AM race so far. 6th overall for the lead AM is not too bad at all, you would have to say. So yeah, good running there. Just get confirmation there. But yeah, we'll have him in very soon indeed, as the penalties still coming in thick and fast. Gardner in the Honda still carrying that 15 seconds. Sanchez in the pits for the Eagles esports team, taking another pit stop. They've not long been in the pit, so hopefully they're not carrying any damage. Obviously don't wish damage on any of the cars. So we'll see how they are getting on. Out the pits there is Savini sailing past another car. Manuel Novak is the car just being overtaken there. Savini definitely got pace, could easily be much further up the field. Getting overtakes done to retake positions after earlier mistakes. And there's another drive-through for track limits. On Sheeble, Jeremiah. And there's another drive-through for track limits. Karel Van Hoorn has picked up one as well. So the Mercedes picking up another trip into the pits. We're not even at the halfway mark, and rough guesstimation, I'd say that's got to be around about 20 drive-throughs that we've seen so far. That's 80 just for those penalties. That's 80 violations of the track limits over the 112 laps so far. So the drivers really are struggling. And there's a penalty for car 35. Wow, the timing board is absolutely alive with penalties. None of them inside the top 10 at the moment, as that penalty has gone to the Audi again. It's David Rikaten out for ERA Esports. It does say Lags liveries. Unfortunately, the livery hasn't loaded up properly, but that's 25 seconds of penalties that they've got to serve at that next pit stop. That is going to seem like an absolute eternity. I mean, that is effectively the length of a drive-through. As I mentioned, the drive-through is coming in about 29.5 seconds on average. So yeah, 25-second penalty is effectively adding a drive-through penalty to your drive time. There is Jeremiah Shibo coming in to serve his drive-through, with Hoofs not far behind. Van Hoorn exiting the pits to clear his drive-through. Kiko Gallo back out behind the wheel of the Eagles Esport Porsche, got 17th, looking to unlap himself there. Nico Feldman still in 14th position, but is closing in on Cadiz ahead. Cadiz in the Tri-State car. Once up in 14th position, another car that's had a couple of penalties, and it looks like it's going to be a tough battle for position as well. Macaretta and Alfonsi have separated themselves from Zakari, but not from each other at the moment. So they're still battling for 6th. We're on board with Cadiz being chased down by Veldman, and Cadiz himself, in fact, not too far behind Chase Gordon. Of course, teammate of David Macaretta. Up at the front, it is an absolute masterclass though by Matteo Nachira. 14 seconds is now the gap that we're seeing up at the top. That is absolutely flying pace that he's got over the rest of the field. Still got plenty of time left on the stint timer as well. Yeah, still got 23 minutes, so easy another 10 laps to put in, and at this pace, that is going to be an absolutely monstrous gap for the rest of the field to try and overturn. But given the way the gap has changed in the opening 4 hours, there's absolutely nothing to suggest it won't change in completely the opposite direction in the closing 4 hours. Nico Veldman, oh, he's got the move done on the Tri-State car. I think there's been a bit of a mistake on the way out of the Casio triangle there. If I had to guess, I would say that's what's just happened then. Chris Cadiz for Tri-State. Let's see what happens on the way. Let's get a helicam on this one and see what we've got going on. So yeah, they're nose to tail, bit of a gap between them. Ooh, that didn't look like the cleverest of turn, and he was really hanging on to that one there. Oh, big wiggle on the exit to the Casio triangle. That might not look like a big wiggle, but it's certainly big enough to separate the two of them. Veldman getting the move done on Cadiz into turn number 1. Macaretta within a 10th, still can't get that one done. We've got a causing a collision penalty for car 474. That is one of the Shibo brothers. Tarn Shibo for SimTech Racing. That is 10 seconds of penalties there. All the cars around there picking up some penalties, so shouldn't have a massive impact on the running order when they come out of the pit scenes. How they're all generously taking on all of these penalties between themselves. And there is another penalty popping in for Sperla. That's up to 15 seconds for the number 6. We're still on board with the TSC Phoenixian car. We should probably be on board with Nachira. That's now a 16-second gap he's got up at the front. And again, still got a couple of laps to go to say the least, before he takes that pit stop, so really can put the rest of the field to the sword here and get himself an incredible gap. Easily going to be the biggest that we've seen so far. Previously it was up 14-16 seconds or so. Certainly that's the way it is going at the moment. More flames firing out the side of the Aston. It is 4 AM. And yeah, we can no, we'll stick with the artificial lighting for the moment. It's round number 4. It's the halfway mark reached and breached. The coach Dave Delta 8 hours of Suzuka, of course, as part of the FRL Endurance GT3 2024 season. A series of individual races, all tabulated though beautifully on one of James Williams' spreadsheets if you want to keep up with all of the standings. It's FRL that were atop of the standings by 1 solitary point before the race started. And to put that in some kind of perspective, there's 6 points between first and second, the points that you bring home, and 5 points between second and third, 4 points between third and fourth, and it drops down to a point. But yeah, 1 point between them after 3 races, with a 6-point difference in the top 2 scoring. It is quite the feat. Macaretta really looking for that overtake. Barbary into the pits from third, still the fastest car out on track, still on the podium. Still behind Campos and Nachira. Campos still losing time to Nachira. He is on an absolute mission at the moment, as we see another penalty be added by the stewards. Looking in the wrong place. Oh, car 5's picked up a penalty as well. Car 55 has picked up a penalty as well. Why can't I see car 55? There it is, there is Derek Brough, 15 seconds for the FRL car. Hoofs has got a penalty down in 35th. We've got Rikatan, as we saw, with 25 seconds of penalty. Sperla with 15 seconds. Schiebel, Long and Gardner with 10 and 15 seconds respectively. Let's see what Macaretta can get done into turn number 1. Is this the lap he gets it done? No, it's not. Not close enough still. Alfonsi putting on a phenomenal defensive display at the moment to keep this Aston Martin behind. Oh, there we go. Let's see, he's in. Hello, hello, I think he's ready to go. Let's jump him in here. Let me get some audio for the viewers. There we go. Good evening, Christian. How are we doing? I'm doing pretty well. This has been the liveliest 4 hours I've presided over in quite some time. We've seen 21, 22 drive-throughs for track limits so far, and a multitude of penalties, as well as a multitude of race leaders so far. So yeah, it's been quite the opening 4 hours, my friend. You have quite a lot to keep up with in the closing 4, that is for sure. Yep. Very likely. It is indeed, yep, 7:15. There's definitely pizza on the menu, no pineapple. Oh, be pepperoni. Pepperoni, spicy beef. Yeah, so we'll go that. The usual, exactly, exactly. Yep. That is the one. That is the one. But yeah, that is all from me. As Christian has alluded to, that is my shift come to an end. I'm off to eat some pizza and watch the end of this race, and then take part in the Northside broadcast later on. But there we go. Busy, busy day. But yeah, we have Christian who is going to take over. So what I'm going to quickly do, yeah, let me just, so I'm going to say my goodbyes now. I'm going to pop Christian and myself on mute. There will be another stream appear if you want to jump over. Of course, you absolutely do. Let me get you the link for that, and I will share it in this chat. So there we go. That is where Christian will be taking over shortly. But until he does, that is all from myself. So enjoy the rest of the race and have a great rest of your weekend. And I'll see you all again very soon. Goodbye.